Okie dokie, artichoke. I'm gonna bring you up. Oh, did it fit your game? That's wonderful. Hi, Pix. Yep.
Hello,
Okay.
hello, hello.
You hadn't said anything. I was like, yo, like you in a loud environment or what?
Well,
Where you
yeah,
is?
we're kind of jamming a little bit.
I was too. I'm sorry if my music interrupted your music. I was listening to
No,
DMX.
I actually enjoyed your music tonight.
Okay, good. Not the stuff we can play here. Sadly, I would love to play DMX here someday. Right? Someday I'll have my
Yeah,
ASCAP.
so that little tune you just had on had a good beat to it.
I have my Oh, you mean the one for the channel?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's good. That's called Southern Gothic. Of course you like it. I'm joking. Um,
Oh,
they uh, no, like earlier when I was playing DMX, though, I thought she probably muted me. But so backstage, I mean, but the um I looked into ASCAP, right, because I actually have, paid dues for ASCAP for my theater companies and stuff. So I was hoping like that could potentially apply here, and I could play some music that like is not necessarily. There's a lot of wonderful royalty free music. I'm not trying to insult musicians and artists and stuff, but some of the other stuff, right? So I was hoping that like it would translate to digital media. The answer is, first of all, no. The second answer is fuck no. And then there's other organizations apparently for digital media, even though a lot of times for film and stage, it's the same licensure. They just wanted to make it, more difficult or whatever. Where'd you go? Did you already fall out, woman? Good golly. You already fell from the sky?
already it starts.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's why we're going to start with you tonight, too. If other people aren't like around. We're not gonna. I'm not gonna necessarily like talk about the list I made earlier, but we already talked about like doing your folder properly, right? Because you've been around helping
Correct.
along, like that. We need to redo like your archangel cards and your chakra work and your colors and things like that. So, we will do that. I know that Jam and Toast are going to be here later. That's their plan. She's so
Oh,
cute.
goody.
Cute.
I'm excited to meet her.
Cute might not be the right word. That makes it sound like she's fluffy when she is like of a lot of substance and an artist and very interesting human. So I didn't mean cute in like a way that implies, you know, airheaded or anything, but I
Right.
just wanted to
Yeah, I didn't
clarify
think
that
it
because,
did.
okay. So here, Yolsef here is somebody that's actually from the place I chat. You know where that is, Pix, and they know where that is, so we don't need to
Uh-huh.
say. And we haven't gotten to, we're pals, but we haven't gotten to talk in a while. And so we actually had a moment, and it was like, well, you can come to the thing. I don't know if you're going to like the thing. I'm not sure. We'll find out. This is I guess, the only way to find out. But also, with the exception of like one or two others, Yolsef, you are the only one that has access to knowing where this is. So please, I mean, I know you're good at keeping secrets for yourself and others, but please, I'm not looking for anybody else to know. Why does your friend interact with me like I'm not a super genius? Well, I haven't told her yet. Pixie.
Why does your friend interact with me like I'm not a super genius?
Super genius.
Um,
That's what I just read. Because she doesn't know of all your powers yet. And also, maybe, dude, just maybe, she also is super genius. And so to her, you're just normal, yo. Did that ever occur? I remember what you're like, but I also know that sometimes you get like motivated to really support people. You always really support people, but I mean, really support people publicly, right? And say, no, they're really awesome. And, so I just am saying it on the record. so, so that it's said, right? So that it is said. Yolsef picks lives in the same area as Amanda. Just so you know, like in the States, time zone behind us, that kind of stuff. Okay, so we're going to be doing you last night when you were sleeping again. Like, how dare you charge your cells and take care of your body? Like, what a jerk. We I was working while I was just like kicking it by myself. I was working on pick a card. Actually, I was like just organizing the pick a card while I sat here. But then a young lady from the UK came in, and I stopped that. So there are 3 cards. Well, 3 piles of cards. So I'm going to try and not use any of those. I'm reminding myself more than anything. I'm going to try not to use any of those decks because there are, cards missing from each one of those. They're mostly oracles though. So, wait, you said this is top secret. I understood that, family. I'm okay. I may not be very smart, but I know what love is. You're smart. Don't let her fool you. That's just a sleight of hand trick. I think she must be looking at a different screen, though, because when she goes silent, usually that means she's on a different screen in her device. Oh, no, she's muted now. Wait, what's going on? Why you is muted? Why you is mutated? Girl. Just the jam session?
Well, I mean, you can't hear me when I'm chatting anyway, so.
I can hear you right now.
Yeah, because I'm not on the chat screen. Speaking of chat, check your chat.
My other chat, away from here chat? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I thought you did. Okay, I'll just tell you. Okay.
Oh my gosh. How many times do we have to go through this?
I don't know. What are we going through?
I guess 50 million.
Oh, I just literally got an email from Toast. So fun. They might already be here, but I just saw the email, so I'm gonna answer. And I answered you too. And I know at one point you did know that because we did.
And I answered you back.
Okay, hold on. Well, let's see. We're already on, but we'll be for a while. I'm just gonna say for a long time because, well, I mean, that's the freaking truth of the matter. I'll be here for a long time. Okay. Oh, come on, phone. It's being très difficile. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, so that part's done. Okay. I know you and I are in the same time zone. They're in a different one. Hold on now. I'm looking it up. Yeah, they're 2 hours actually behind us. But I know that we are
Who is you talking about?
the people where Yosef lives and where Amanda lives, that I've now texted you the location, and they are 2 hours behind us.
I thought you was talking about me.
No, I was doing an introduction of Yosef to you to let you know they are stateside,
Gotcha.
because I know these things, but we also don't.
Gotcha.
We're not going to like dox them, right? So they're stateside.
I gotcha.
They're where Amanda is, and
they're from the hot
zones.
state. Yep. Gotcha.
Well, one of them, although my state last year held the record for the entire month of July, it was warmer than those places, and then deserty places and all kinds of stuff for the entirety of July. And it was, and then we have a lot of like humidity as well. So, but the legit temperature, it was like 117 some days before the heat index. And I'm hoping it'll be milder this summer, I guess is what my point is. Let's see. Why would you wish you could drop your Southern accent? Sorry, I'm reading through the chat. Like, your Southern accent's awesome.
Because it's like so country, and just sometimes you just wish you didn't have an
Well, first of all,
accent that bad.
country is relative too, right? Like, because it's subjective.
Oh, Southern
Because
country, shall I say?
I didn't know like that I had we never think unless we. I mean, and I studied accents for work, right? But I didn't know that I had an accent that people would recognize, right? Based on where I'm from, I've never heard anybody say, well, let's learn this particular Midwestern accent, right? Like if you get farther north of me, there's some stuff, right? And then farther south, I'm like right at the line, and I've never heard like a dialect coach say, let's do this. But my first time in Los Angeles, someone was like, you sound like Dorothy Gale. And I was like, what? They were like, from the Wizard of Oz. And I was like, well, I don't live there, but I live not terribly far from there. And I think that, like, that's weird. To me, it didn't seem like Judy Garland was doing an accent. She was just doing Judy Garland. And then I found out she was born near where I am. So her normal speaking, with the exception of having that MGM speech therapy thing that a lot of them got, and the fact that they made her talk around fake teeth and put freaking stupid things in her nostril, I get really mad on her behalf. But
I wouldn't have known where you were from by
she
your
was from here.
by your voice.
Yeah, this person pegged it like right. I mean, it was like my third day in LA, and I was accidentally going on a TV show because that stuff always happens to me, right? Like I was there to just explore and attend some of live tapings of things, you know what I mean? Like, because it's free, number one, especially like game shows when it's free to attend a lot of those. And so there are people on the streets that are like, you want to come attend? And it's air conditioning, and when I got there, it was really super weird. Somebody had dropped out and I looked right. And so they were like, pardon me, ma'am, do you think you could do this? We could really reduce what that person's going to say. It was a game show called To Tell the Truth, right? Which had been, I guess, really popular in the 60s or something. And then it came back many, many years later, where it was three people would stand there and be like, I'm the real pornographic school teacher. No, I'm the real. And the judges had to guess who was telling the truth by asking them questions and stuff. And so they were like, you look like the type that we need. We need sort of somebody that looks not very LA and sort of Midwestern. And so we would reduce whatever you have to say, because we know it's really, we're just trying to get a third person in there because somebody bailed, and we need to really film this right now, because they also film if you want to stay, they'll film 9 episodes back to back to back of that kind of stuff, right? So you can just stay all day if you want to and watch some film stuff. But so I was like, actually, I have a SAG card, and they were like, oh, and I was like, so I don't know how that applies to game shows, because I've never done that. Anyway, so, but he was like, you sound like Dorothy from the Wizard of Oz. I was like, well, close enough, man. I don't know what we are now. Now I want to know what I am. Hold on a second. What's in my temperature? Come on, phone. Let's see. Actually, right now it's 70 here, which is nice. Beloved actor saved from drowning by 13-year-old daughter. Sorry, that's
Did you see mine? It's 77 with 98% humidity here.
Yeah, that part doesn't surprise me. Oh, Eric Dane, the actor. I just wanted to see the answer to that. Eric Dane was saved from drowning by his 13-year-old. That's interesting. Okay, that's amazing too. Congrats to her. What a good thing to do, and what a talented, brave daughter he has. For the second time. Wait, for the second time what, woman? I know you did it again, Nielsen.
And I was trying to type humidity and it kept going to humidity. Humidity. Humidity.
Hi, Humidity. How you doing? Wait, so did you type that properly twice? I wasn't sure because we're
Properly?
streaming.
No.
Because we're
I type it
streaming
once, but it shows up twice.
Okay, right. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was getting ready to ask, right? Because we're streaming to 3 places and you're subscribed to 2 of them, right? And signed in to the same platform. So you're seeing it twice, right? Because it's going to 2 places that you're signed into, and then you're not signed into the other locations. But when I don't know if you can see it on your end, but when I say something, it multiplies sometimes 3, sometimes 4 times in the chat. So I try not to type too much when anyone else is here because then it just fills my screen up. It's dumb. It's dumb. I don't like it. Oh, I added this like before we do cards. Everybody loves cards, and rods. Everybody loves rods. Playing our favorite game, cards and rods. I brought this because I really thought, I understand but I've been here alone a few times. And so I was trying to figure out what am I going to do? So I made a list, like I said, I'm just doing like my layouts for pick a cards and things like that. Like while I'm sitting here, like letting the music play some nights or whatever, since I'm just trying to be here for a long time. Every night in new places too, where we don't have pals yet, but I wanted to entertain myself. So I brought one of my favorite people. Let me bring this down a little bit. Just temporarily here. So it's this guy right here. Hello. And so there's another one that actually I was playing with a cat with earlier, so it's not right here. But I was racing them last night. Here he comes. It's Gohira. Okay, hold on. Go. Start. Why do you want to keep turning that direction? Fine, then start over here. So I was having wind-up toy races last night before the UK came in. What's up, UK? What's up? UK, jump on it. Come on. He's like, I just want to go in a circle, lady. Like, what's your problem with that? The lighting here is always so strange for things, but he's so stupid level cute. He is stupid level cute. He needs a name. Let's see. He's a T-Rex. Ice T-Rex. Pixela has gone silent.
I'm still here.
She and Mr. Dust are jamming. Actually, they're probably watching television, but still, I like the idea of like them going to hardcore gangster rap, which we actually all do. We're a group of old people that don't know we're old yet.
We're doing the Teddy right now.
I don't know. Teddy, do Teddy. Okay, hold on. Come on. Yesterday he was racing, so I don't know if like he sprained his ankle yesterday, and that's why he's going in circles. Why are you going in circles, Ice T-Rex? What's wrong with you? Inner ear problem? Do you have inner ear problems like I do, T? Okay, let's see what Yulsef has said. I started listening to this guy, rapper, who I was told was really, really good, but all my teenage years and adult has been terrible. Can you help me connect those 2 statements? I started listening to this guy, rapper, who I was told was really, really good. For my time, he was amazing, so it's really weird. Oh, I see. Okay. they were terrible. It's not that your adulthood and teenage years were terrible. It's that they like sort of lost their edge or charm or something. Now I want to know who it is. I want to know who it is. So I know we're going to start with Angels para Pixie. Of course, anybody that wants a reading, these are the price points for our lives. Lately, what's been going on is I do give free reads to the people that have never received one. So lately, it's either been new folks or people that I'm very grateful for this, that would just rather have a private read. So another reason, not today, but a lot of the other reads, like days this week or in the last couple of weeks that we haven't come on until super late, is that I'm talking to those people a lot, which is wonderful. And I think it's interesting. They all came from a very specific group of people based on one of the reads we did recently. And it's a group of people I never expected to be like my regular private reading clients. I don't know. I wasn't trying to be closed-minded. I guess I thought that, but I guess I had a preconceived notion about these folks. So Yosef says, yeah, before my time, he was, again, we're talking about the rapper, so it's really weird. Like, this guy was basically the GOAT, and then right after I got internet, they became shit and are basically high in all their freestyles. And see, there, Pixie lost. She jumped out. She drove out of chat. It's technological Harry Carey. Okay, here we go. I want my little guy to go again. Go again. I'm curious who the GOAT was. Everybody has different. I mean, I know like Eminem is one of the GOATs, right? Like now, but I don't know. Like, I guess GOAT is subjective too. Okay, so regardless, we're going to get ready here. Normally, we do a little intro. Let me bring Pixie back up. Normally, I do a little intro when we first come on because, ta-da! I will make Pixie appear. Normally we do a little introduction, but because Yosef is a pal in here, like we just jumped right into chit chat about that. But so, for the new places that we are streaming, I'm going to repeat myself again. I'm Poppet. I'm the reader here, and I have lots of different, descriptors people like to use for the things I do, but like I'm Poppet. Hi. And then this is Pixie. She's my sitter.
Hello.
And she is an amazing sitter, like wonderful, wonderful researcher when we're reading, like either for law enforcement or about law enforcement cases. She is like a rapid fire, amazing researcher, and like can be taking notes simultaneously and keeping up with spirit as they're like, giving things like she can validate. And so she's also an empath and many other things. However, and when I say many other things, there's a lot of new things that are developing. We all have different phases of growth, whether it's spiritually or otherwise, right, in our lifetimes. And sometimes it goes slow for a while and then it speeds up. She's experiencing like an enormous speed up, but I'm not gonna elaborate because, well, as of today, I was told to not elaborate from my spirit, by the way, not Pixie, but she's rapidly developing other skills, and then other skills she came in with, like meaning into her body, born with those skills. She also, though, is a wonderful crafter and artist, crafts artist. And so this is her meow, 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 crafting channel. We're two people that have been doing our various things, like our various types of like work and hobbies for really, really long periods of time, but we really have been on the internet short periods of time. So I've been reading like in person and for organizations for more than 20 years. She's of course been like an amazing artist for longer than that. So we have really small social media presences, both because I think neither one of us are sure if we really want an enormous one anyway. It's much better when it's personal and small, as long as you have, people that are interested, if there's any type of commerce happening. You have some regular people that, you know, are interested in being clients, like the world is good, and you have a more personal experience. Regardless, this is her channel, DIYs on the cheap, at DIYs on the cheap, at the tube of you. And then she also has another channel that I'm not gonna post, but it's called We Bought a Hoarder House, where they're following moving into a home and cleaning it up post hoarder. So like that's interesting too, I believe. Here we go. Let me go back to chat here. So that's some of the stuff we normally say. The types of services here, in terms of tools, right? We offer tarot cards, oracle cards, divination rods. We use some of the technological tools. That's the stuff that's sort of general, right? Then in private situations, like there's also things like sigil making and manifestation work. And I've started to receive certifications in all of these things, just because I think it's important to complement the woo-woo stuff with a little bit more earth life based stuff, right? So you know, in the cards and stuff like tarot, I've got certifications and that kind of thing, but also certifications in grief counseling and life coaching for manifestation purposes. I'm working on one, and of course, like again, like for the cards and for Reiki and distance Reiki, those are certification type things I already am, like I've already completed. And like color therapy in terms of both like psychology and then energy work as well. And now and some crystal stuff I'm working on both right now, like a certification in geology, like science-based, and these are not like 4-year programs, but these are just certification programs, right? And then also like crystal healing and dream analysis 3. I've done a couple of dream analysis things. I need to post my certifications probably as we continue here, but we've only been back a couple of weeks. So, you know, but we both do a lot of our stuff away from here is what I'm trying to say, right? So Pix has had a lot of professional jobs and has been an artisan for a really long time. You tried looking what up? Also, Lil Wayne, I actually really have a lot of love for Lil Wayne as a human, like as a person. I really like Lil Wayne. For a lot of reasons. I think he's very smart. Oh, DIY. Yeah, well that is, let me show it again. That is her YouTube thing. DIY is on the cheap. I would link it. However, there's a new thing you have to do here to make the links active, which is like show ID or something like that. I was trying to understand it, and I'm not certain that I really want to do that. So I'm trying to sort it out. He's not terrible with women. He does use like, you know, like I guess cultural and subcultural vernacular that can seem rough. And, you know, like nobody's perfect. You know, I understand, I know what you're referencing, but I do think still he's, I mean, so intelligent and very open minded in ways that some people from, I guess, groups that you would expect not to be, certain groups that you would expect not to be open-minded, he is very. So I do like Lil Wayne quite a bit, actually. But I like rap as well. So, but I mean, when I see, like always, when I've seen him interviewed and speaking openly on certain topics and stuff, I've always admired a lot of what he has to say. Yeah, I don't know like necessarily as much about like collaborators. I've always been way more interested in, I mean, I think he's talented. Um, and I've of course listened to some of his music, but like his interviews almost more than I like the music. Um, so I don't think he'd be like in my top 3 favorite rappers, but I do think as a writer and as a person, he has a lot of very interesting, intelligent things to say. Um, and then when it comes to like collaborations, right, doing tracks with people, especially like early on, and by early on, I mean like the first decade of someone's career, right? Like labels they own you, like not just your stuff, but you. And so you don't always get to choose, just like an actor doesn't get to necessarily choose who they're performing in a film with. Like they don't get to necessarily choose that somebody's going to be put on their track. And so, perhaps they were really wonderful friends or something, or really wanted to collaborate, but, it's really hard to tell because they're told to behave like they are pals, like it's a mandate, um, not their own personal decisions, what have you. Okay. I'm turning off the camera just for a second here. Meow. To do this thing, and then I will need to get rings on and work on, right, we'll be working on Pixie's file, because for a lot of regular clients, which at different times Pixie has been someone that's received a lot of information from Spirit and a lot of like readings, but she's always been a collaborator in terms of being a sitter and helping creatively in a lot of different ways, like silly merch we've made in the past for mods, and to do with some of like the sillier, what would I call it, like projects, individual projects like that we've put up in different places. And so she's a client, but she's a collaborator. She's a collaborator. Clorab. Cliorab. Oh my
Fly
gosh.
collaborator.
Clyco.
Fly
I
collaborator.
I got it, but I don't usually. You've never heard. I don't think I've ever got quite that hung up in a really long time. It was like, oh, words. We're doing words now, huh? That's interesting. Anyway, she's received a lot of readings, and since Yulsef is the one in here, like, she can tell you a lot of weird things that have gone down, but she's a collaborator as well, so it's weird to call you a client is the point. However, when I started online doing this kind of stuff, she was almost like immediately a collaborator. So her file of things that I would do for a lot of just like clients to have on file weren't done. Like we did a lot of readings, and we did do, I think, in my opinion, a lot of like mediumship that helped with like grief and things like that. And she's gotten a lot of information from Spirit, but like the basics, like stuff that's really useful to know, we skipped over because we were busy working together. So that's sort of what I'm tripping over trying to get to, is that readings will be available here tonight if anybody would like a short one. If you're new, they are free, because I think somebody should understand like what they're purchasing in the future. And then we also offer private reads. But until that point, we're going to work a little bit on Pixie's file that was never completely populated. Who's a velociraptor? She's a velociraptor. Well, that makes sense. We could be velociraptors together because the velociraptors that hunted, the females hunted, and they hunted in at least pairs and often trios. And there was always like one that was the distractor. They would be distracting, and then the other one would be hunting or stealing or whatever. And so that suits us, actually, that we're velociraptors. In my silly sketch comedy stuff that like I've written for other places and for my company and stuff, we had a series called Velociraptor Pickpockets that people liked a lot. She's a velociraptor. She's a client. She's a collaborant. She's a collaborant. There we go. I like that better. Collaborant. She. Hey Toast, how you is? And Jam.
So,
I'm
what's
assuming
up,
Jam
home
is
chicken?
nearby. Here, also, please, Toast, do meet Yolsef. Yolsef is a pal going way back for me on a different chat platform. And so please do meet. Where's Jam? Nearby, I'm certain. We're rambling. Like, like I have to ramble incoherently for the first like hour. Like, isn't that a mandate? Okay, you'd rather be called Dope? Oh, plot. Oh, the big O. Jam is right next to Toast. I was going to make a dirty joke about her being spread all over, and I just did, but not in joke format, so I guess it's slightly less dirty. I told Pix that I was excited to have met Jam last night and hear about like her art and those kind of things. Oh, dude. That's very nice to say. There's no such thing about rambling with such a beautiful and sweet voice. I think that you're being nice to me, and thank you for being nice to me. And then Pixie has the accent that's like, I always want to hear it. Toast and Jam, how was your day? Better because you're together? I'm pretty sure you can flirt with Pixie. Mr. Just is pretty secure. Stress flush the radiator on the car. Ooh, that's hard.
Mr. Dust is pretty much dead.
What? You mean asleep, right?
No, I mean like.
Be nice. I like Mr. Dust.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah, probably let me hush.
She says that like she's not married to him. Oh, I know you like him. Okay. I know that like partnership is hard, right? And I understand the point completely, but you do like him and definitely love him and have the schmoop for him.
I like him sometimes.
It's hard. That kind of stuff is hard. Anyway, the point is you can flirt. Oh.
But sometimes I really, really, really don't like him.
Right. Well, that's why it's hard. That's why people that make it like through marriage alive for really long periods of time are either delusional or deserve a standing ovation or sometimes both. Ooh, the radiator came out chunky and brown. When I get hitched, says Oh, I hope to God she isn't saying that about me. Well, you both probably will say it sometimes. You'll note she didn't say she doesn't love him. She said she doesn't always like him, right? And
Correct.
when you're with somebody a lot of the time, you know, um, and you're confronting life together and you're different people with different personalities, right? Like there's going to be some times that are challenging. Like that's just fact. And so the love in in a lot of cases, not all, but in a lot of cases, including Pixie and Mr. Dust, doesn't go anywhere, right? But the like can ebb and flow depending on what life is thrown at them, both through, like, if they're having individual challenges that the other doesn't approve of, or if just life is hard. Like, it is hard. We lose people, we have loved ones die, and we lose jobs and gain jobs. We have partners that have friends that are like absolute douche-lords that we don't like want to associate with, but they love them, so we have to tolerate that. And there's just, and that's like, well, that's really a microcosm of all the crap that can go on.
And I said I'd only get married once. And I waited a long time before I got married too.
Yeah, they are best friends, Toast. They are. Um, but still, sometimes things are hard. And there's so many things out of our individual control too. Sometimes you're in a situation, right, where you love someone like crazy, and something's going on with them. Like, okay, in my life, for example, it was addiction with one of my partners, and I knew that like they weren't having an addiction to be mean to me, like, and it predated me by a gazillion years, and that it's an illness, but that doesn't change the fact that it was going on all the time and that it made life really impossible and often dangerous, and that some of the things that happened as a result of them, that having a hold on them, made them incredibly like disrespectful, and so like you still love them and want to help, but then also in those types of situations it's not up to you. Like you can't decide for them when they're done, when what rock bottom looks like um those kind of things. And so you're sort of trapped because
See,
you
now
know
my husband done lost the dogs.
lost the dogs.
Yeah, earlier he let the cat out. Now he done let the dogs out. So he's having to go hunt down the dogs. And see, this is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean.
Well,
Ugh.
actually, you have a bigger issue that you're mad about, so now all the small issues, you know what I mean, are they
Well,
feel bigger.
that's issue enough because he don't pay attention.
It's not issue enough. If he was just losing the dogs, you'd be like, I'm married to the absent-minded professor. What an idiot. But I love him.
Whoa, yeah, but still,
Life is hard.
yes, it is. It ain't no bed of roses, that's for sure. And you got to work at it. It comes down. I figure it comes down to this because I said I'd only get married once, and I meant that. And I don't plan on getting a divorce. I mean, who knows what'll happen, but I don't plan on it.
Sure.
Um, so I waited till I was 47 years old before I got married. And it just comes down to this. I mean, are you in it or are you not?
Well, and that also can vary, in some really tense and terse situations, hour by hour. Like, um, depending on what's going on. Let's see.
Well, yeah.
O says, just be glad you didn't marry my mom's husband. See something else. Wait a second. Did they get married, O? I think they were engaged the last I knew. Or did I misunderstand?
Who are you talking about?
Yulsef said, just be glad you didn't marry my mom's husband. He's something else.
Yeah.
They were married and not telling me or others. Oh, oof. Nice. Classic.
Well,
Awful.
yeah. For me, it's like, I said to the toe tag, and I mean to the toe tag, even if I got to toe tag him.
Now be careful now. That puts you on like public record as saying that stuff. If something goes wrong, like you've just incriminated yourself, girl.
Yeah, I know. It'll be all right.
I know it will be. I know it's really hard right now too, but and then like in your case, I mean, my opinion, but I'm going to say it again. Number one, you both have really intense individual things going on right now, energetically, right? Like, again, because I speak in energy more than anything else. And then that affects emotionally and physically and mentally. And then, you have to navigate those strong things like as individuals, but then you have to both navigate and tolerate it in each other. And then there's the normal stuff that happens, like in a dynamic like that too. Like, so, like when you think about like the last couple of months, it's been really high highs and really low lows for you guys.
Yeah.
Actually, like, but the good thing is there have been highs. Like there have been lovely things.
Right.
If it
And I
was just
really think it
low
comes down to
lows.
what one person's willing to put up with or stick around and try to fix or whatever it may be.
Well, and our capability to understand, level of understanding. And, those are two different things too, right? How you feel about it and understanding it sometimes can be two different things as well. Like,
Yes.
If you
You are
understand
correct.
something, like, okay, again, we'll use my one of my situations as an example because it's safer to use my situation as an example rather than someone else's, right? For example, with the addiction, I understood that I genuinely is an illness, and I understood that it's something that goes on with a lot of people, and I understood that there was nothing I could personally do about it, but I could just keep offering to help them find the way to fix things as soon as they felt ready to ask for help, right? Because that was out of my control. So I understood all of those things. And then because of my woo-woo stuff, I also understood like that there's like life, you know what I mean? Like that are life plans that we made before we came here, and there are contracts we've made between the two of us, as well as, with others, and that this is thematically something that we're continuing from another time as well. Like all of those things, I understand, believe, and can wrap my head around. That didn't change the fact that emotionally, I was often very scared. I know sometimes I was endangered, and the other people I cared about were being endangered, including them. And it feels awful in that situation because, again, with certain things in life, not just addictions, and there are all types of addictions that aren't just like substance, right? But like those types of things in life, unfortunately, there are a lot of things where the person themselves have to decide. Like they can say they're going to quit for whomever else because they've been threatened or they really want to or whatever it is. But that never ever lasts because they've not wrapped their head around the actual problem. They're doing it to sustain a relationship or keep someone in their life or whatever, but they're not doing it for the right reason, which means they also aren't coming to understand within themselves why it's happening, which means it's not a sustainable thing to fix. Like you can't sustain it. Let me see what's going on. They were married and not telling me or
Right.
others. Yolsef says, after all y'all are done, talking about that, let me know, because I think I want to figure out how to send my buckaroos. Give me a reading. Oh, well, you haven't ever gotten one. Oh, we've known each other a long time, but you weren't, when we've talked about this stuff, you've never been judgy or mean about any of it. But we've had conversations about it, and you're not certain, at least in the past, about that kind of stuff. But anyway, you have a free one coming. You haven't gotten one. Then Pixie sent a period. Yulsef. I called it woo stuff. Yes, I did. And then Pixie laughed. Okay, so yeah, it is. It's totally woo stuff. But it's interesting because it both makes life easier and harder to hear that there is a plan and that a lot of these things that are awful are supposed to be happening. But then you go, why in the heck would I make that choice? Or, this person in my life, why would they make that choice? And so I trust them, and I've seen evidence of it. And usually when they explain, oh yeah, no, even in the next few weeks, you're going to find answers to some of this stuff. They never lie to me. It's always true. But, emotionally, that doesn't make it any easier to be scared and getting either knocked around, either literally or metaphorically or both. And that kind of it. So it's really complicated. Sometimes I think some people are happier not knowing because they can just be angry. They can just be angry and sad and blame each other and move on, right? I'm not talking to you. Oh, I'm not talking to you like you're fundamental or militant. I'm talking to you like we have had hours worth of conversation on many, many, many topics, and you very directly expressed your opinion on some of this stuff. Now, did I feel like at the time you had actually enough information about the things that happen here? No, but you had some information, and so I just didn't pick at it. It doesn't bother me. Pixie can tell you, I welcome skeptics, sometimes even cynics, as long as they're sort of borderline, because sometimes cynics, it doesn't matter. They're not really going to ever open their mind. Skeptics are important. It's important to ask questions and to see what you think about something being true and to stay rooted in reality. All of that's really important. And also, I do think the woo-woo people that are afraid of skeptics are scared that, some sort of game, the jig is going to be up on something, or either just know that, sometimes in my case, I'm scared because, I'm just a human and I'm not perfect and I make mistakes, and the things that I'm trying to interpret, there isn't necessarily a language for. And so I'm going to make some errors, even if my stats are really good, I'm going to make some errors. And then I don't, it's nerve-wracking to make an error in front of somebody that's already challenging you, because then they're the type of person that's going to go around screaming, they made an error. But the truth of the matter is, it doesn't matter. Their opinion of me doesn't matter. If they get other people talked into something, that doesn't matter either. The people that need these experiences and messages and need to connect to God, source, whatever words you want to use for, love and honesty and kindness and truth in the universe, that's the source of that, they'll come and they'll get what they need. So. Pixie said, hold on. Yep, I'll be the first one to say I've eaten I've eaten crow a lot. O says, my dying wish is to get people to use the word cynical correctly, but I'd let it slide because you're like a grill, very. Okay, that's right. P, feed him fish and fuck him fish. feed him and fuck. Okay. Fuck him and feed him fish heads. See, I'm backwards tonight. This is not the common thing that goes on with me. I had a guide that was like, that's good. You're not focusing, dum-dum. You're more fixated on the fact that you have a snack. They're not lying. But yeah, Pixie couldn't tell you. She's saying she's eaten crow a lot. And I guess so. I don't feel like I was like, I'm right, you're stupid. But she's a real fair person too, right? So she can probably tell you better than I, but there like have been times where something has come through and she's like, that's impossible. And then a few days later she's like, I gotta tell you something. Well, no, I felt like that to myself. Oh, I see. Okay. But yeah, she can tell you. And honestly, I think that that's why she and I were sent into each other's experience too, because I number one, I don't mind being challenged and doubted. And she never, when she doubts or challenges, it's never been mean. It's never been like, you're a dummy. Like, it's just, nope, that's not possible. He's like, okay. And so, you know, like that's been a good thing for me and for a lot of reasons. I mean, so many good things in our connection, but that's one of them. I mean, there's a time I was bound and determined to prove you wrong, but boy, oh boy, really? Which now I want to know which, like, because I feel like you were always very like generous and generously listening, right? And you've always told me, right? Because you are a direct person, nope, that's not possible. But never rudely. But I didn't know. Oh, the yellow house. Do you have access to your microphone to talk about your house? Your house.
I do. I do.
Well, because I mean, I can talk about it, but it's not my house.
Yeah, but
It's
you
not
tell
your.
the
It's
story
not.
so much better than
It's
me.
no, I don't. I wasn't even there to see the yellow house, right? I mean,
Right.
only like the weird pictures that freak me out still. Um, because they do. They still freak me out. The pictures. Your profile is super woo woo, so the skepticism is very not what I expected. Are you talking about pics? So anyway, I'm going to let you talk for a minute. I'm going to shuffle. I need to shuffle Mega Deck.
What you want me to talk about?
Mega Deck. A yellow house, only because
Okay,
I wasn't
so
even. I didn't know that
I'll,
that was the one where you wanted to prove me wrong either. Like I'm learning new
yes,
things. I'm learning new
this
things.
is this is also the one where I was kind of getting upset. So
Oh no, I wasn't trying to
in this
upset you.
little bitty pissant town that we moved to, I found this house. And I don't know why, but I like this house. I wanted this house. This house was very cheap, but I thought I could get it way a lot cheaper. So I just had a feeling this was just supposed to be my house. Well, I got to talking to Plucky about it one day. She was like, "No, that's not your house." I was like, "Yeah, this is gonna be my house. You watch." She was like, "No, it's not gonna be your house." She
Because
was
it's
like,
creepy too.
she
It's
said,
creepy.
"You're gonna get a house from like a friend of Jimmy's or something." And I just died out laughing. I was like, "My husband ain't got no friends, and he sure ain't got no friends that own houses." Well, lo and behold, less than 2 weeks later, my husband comes home at lunch one day and he says, "Baby, guess what?" I said, "What?" He said, "I got you a house." I said, "No, you didn't." He said, "Yes, I did." He says, "It's a big old 2-story house. We're getting it super duper cheap. And he wants me to have this house so bad that he's going to owner finance."
Yeah, because see, the guides had said, well, actually, not the guides. Pixie's mother had come and said, here in just a few weeks, one of Mr. Dust's friends is going to offer a house. It's not one you're going to go look for. They're going to offer you a house. And so I said that, and she said what she said about Mr. Dust not having friends. Is that why we were on the internet so much? Because you were like, fine, let's go to Zillow and you show me this house.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so because then we went to Zillow because I could see the house. I was describing the house, and couldn't find it, right? Like it wasn't listed in her town or in a nearby small town or any of 2 others, I guess, maybe other small towns. It wasn't listed there. And I was like, it's not here. But your mom says it's because like they're going to walk up literally to Mr. Dutch. His friend is going to walk up and say, I have a house for you. I mean, and it does sound weird. Like, why wouldn't she think that's a weird thing? Who's going to walk up to you on your lunch break and be like, I'm giving you a house? Oprah, even when she does that crap, she's faking it. So
it turns out this friend is somebody I didn't even know. My husband hadn't known him for very long. And he was just a gentleman that, when him and his wife moved to this town, he didn't know anybody. Her family was from here. 3 months after them moving here, she passed away. So he knew no one, needed his car worked on. Somebody referred my husband, and the rest is history. So, yeah.
Also, the yellow house is
bad.
The yellow house is bad, though, too, y'all. Like, from the beginning, like years before that, she'd shown me a picture of the yellow house. And at the time, I was like, because I didn't know her well enough to say that's not it. But I did try and tell her what they were saying about the spooky house, like that it, was really filled. I mean, every place is filled with spirits, but somehow this was filled with something that was like not going to be healthy to be around all the time, right? And like I kept hearing babies crying very specifically, and I knew there were all these babies like literally buried there, like somewhere under the earth, and like didn't understand any of that. But it, and then we did research to see who'd owned the house, and it was a doctor, and
it was actually one of the first doctors in this town.
And he did
and
that.
His practice was at his house.
Well, and he's done, because we've looked, like, energetically, I looked into it so much, because she wanted the house so bad, I wanted to be able to say, yep, go ahead, like, but, so I kept looking into it more and more, and so I know what he did last summer, you know what I mean? Like, I know not only why it's yucky, but some of the stuff he did. Like, and I don't even mean like, okay, it's hard to be a doctor at the turn of the century or whatever, before the turn of the century, like, and things happen, but no, it was like beyond that. Like the energy was not, he was not kind to certain groups of people.
And it turns out the house we ended up with was a much better deal all the way around. Way bigger house. But I was just like, wow. I called her. I was like, you're never going to guess what happened today.
Well, and I didn't guess because she told me, flat out, nope, you're wrong on this one. You're wrong. He doesn't have any friends. That's not possible, right? And then she was like, and I was like, I think it is. And she said, no. So then we spent hours looking on Zillow, right? And I couldn't show it to her. I could describe it to her because it was so there are elements to this house that are really weird. Like, it has a widow's walk. It's totally landlocked.
No, not yet, Toast.
No, that's going to be in a while, though. I'll have to go back and rewind and see, but like that's going to be
I think they said like four more weeks.
Something like that. Before stuff happens. And thank goodness, I was really relieved to hear that like any like busts or activity are going to be in those parking lots. That's still too close for my comfort because my friend lives there. But at least it's not in front of your house, first of all.
Yeah, but I can't get no video with it way down the road.
Girl, why do you want trouble? You want trouble sometimes so badly. She always wants trouble. And it's like, no, you don't. Like, I promise.
I really don't want trouble.
I agree with you. Oh, at that time, doctors were a lost cause because on delivering babies and midwives could have 99%, or so success. I agree with you there, but that's not what was going on. I think I have a public reading on that somewhere here, but that's not what was going on with this particular doctor. He did bad things. And then Pixie, when she just fell out of the sky, but when she comes back, and here she is, There was something
Ta-da!
else where like I kept talking about like hearing babies cry, and there was other stuff, like other energy about just people that had like died on the operating table and stuff, but again, that's normal for that time frame. This was different energy. This was like creepy. He did really, and I know what he did, like really bad things. But the babies crying was one element, and then like the other thing was, yeah, okay, there's a lot of times there are haunting type energy. Well, there's spirit in, like, there's not a single solitary place where spirit isn't, first of all, but this was like the energy of this particular type of stuff was going to make Pixie like sick. Like her mom, who is in non-physical in heaven, right on the other side, was so worried about her going to be there because, okay, this one's not fitting right today. Let's see.
Because I was so determined.
And that too, but she just was so worried that, yeah, if you made it happen, that the energy in there was going to make you sick. And then, like I said, like she, to the point where she showed me the house, I could describe it, like the widow's walk, the windows in the front, like all kinds of things, the certain shapes and elements. But I'm trying to remember because, again, at some point, Mr. Just said, oh, wait, hold on, I heard something about the yellow house. Somebody, and I'm trying to remember what you said. Like, it was like somebody he knew had rented it to stay there or something. And like,
Yes,
things were falling down the steps.
somebody someone knew had actually lived in that house.
Like leasing
And
to own or something.
yeah, something, and was like pushed down the stairs, and they just had some weird stuff happen.
Well, the thing that
But
stood out to me, and you have to ask Mr. Duff, but I'm pretty sure he kept saying a rattle, rattle, like a baby's rattle, fell down the stairs, and they didn't have children's toys. That's the part
I
that
don't know.
sticks out. You have to ask him. That's the part that stuck out in my head because I was like, "Ooh, that's a lot!" Like, because those people didn't stay there for long. He said, like they rented it and then like left almost immediately.
They were there like less than 3 months
because they couldn't take it anymore. I mean, I don't blame them. Could you? Like, I mean, well, I guess I do. But
so that brings us to the house that we did end up with. Hence, PluckyLittlePoppet talking about we bought a hoarder house.
Yeah.
When he brought me to see the house, I was speechless. I couldn't believe it. I hadn't seen anything like this except for on the TV show Hoarders. It was a nightmare and amazing at the same time. I mean, it was crazy. Yeah, it was a lot. So it took the woman 9 months to clear out just what she wanted to take with her off of this property and out of this house.
That was the other thing Pixie was mad at me about, right? Because she was like, I'm going to be in there having family Christmas next year. And it was like, no, you're not. I'm so sorry. You're super not. And I was like, you might be able to, like, on Valentine's Day, sit down, like, and, like, spread out a blanket and you guys have, like, a dinner or something, but you're not going to even be living there quite then because, it's not going to happen. And she was like, I'm going to make it happen because she's a very determined individual and hardworking. And she was so mad.
Hard-headed.
That was the other thing. Her mom, kept telling me, like, nope. And she'd be like, no, I'm going to have Christmas in that house. I was like, I'm not going to lie to you. You are not going to have Christmas in that house. I want you to have Christmas in the house.
Yeah, I didn't think she was ever going to finish. Ever. So it was 10 months before we could actually get in the place to start cleaning out what she didn't want that she left behind. And
didn't they start like almost like a thrift store to sell off some of her crap?
Yes, they bought like a old car dealership that had God. Like and then it was like a parts store and it had a garage on the back. So yeah, she's got the store up front and everything else she had in this house is like stacked up in the back. It's got like 4 bays for cars, right? Right
That's a
now,
lot.
because of all of her stuff, there's only one small bay that's open back there. The rest of it's
Heavy.
just pallets and pallets of her stuff.
Can you imagine? Like sometimes, I don't get hoardy necessarily, but I do like sort of live like a raccoon or a squirrel or something. Like I do like my stuff stacked up a certain way. That doesn't look organized but makes sense to me. So we have a clean house, but my areas a lot of times are like just stacked in a
Uh-huh.
certain way, right? And and so, but I can't imagine filling a building like that. Like I can't imagine actually filling an entire storage space.
And that's just what she took.
Oh
I mean, they got rid of how many dumpsters?
He dumped that roll off 5 times.
They dumped a roll off 5 times, but still left stuff here for us to clean out.
Woman, did you just send me money? Just
Maybe.
popped up. She just sent me money. It's only funny because as soon as I get certain things paid down, I keep telling her like I'm going to be giving her a percentage because she's a sitter. So it's like, all right, you want to contribute to your own eventual payment fund? That's fine. Goober. I mean, thank you.
Well,
Goober.
you do a lot for me.
You too, but
You keep
vice versa.
you keep me sane.
Oh no, neither one of us are sane, girl. Okay,
Well,
what is
who
a sitter?
says?
Me. That was just me. Other spirits might have some opinions as well, but no, that was just me. Nobody else says. We crazy, woman. Certain kind of crazy, maybe. Funny crazy. Crazy haha. Crazy haha. So O says, I'm keeping stuff to my chest so I can be extra surprised if you sense it. Okay. What is a sitter? Okay, so I mean, I guess, like all things, like all titles, different people might have slightly different ways to describe it. But a sitter is someone that energetically you can triangulate with, number one. Okay, so especially like, for example, if I'm reading something like a case, whether it has been like because we are actually working with organizations or because we are just reading on a case to practice and to learn and to try and help energetically. When you're sitting there reading on the case, a lot of the time you're sitting there by yourself. So you don't have anybody that you're explaining things to, and they can't give you feedback about, yes, no, that's accurate, or no, it's not, so that you can sort of feel your way through the symbolism that's being given. So a sitter in that particular situation, and what makes Pixie a particular badass, right, is they're sitting there doing research, on the things that are coming through to say, yeah, no, that's right about, and in this case, it's not like, I'm not saying like she's researching necessarily like newspaper clippings about the crime or whatever. It's more like I'm getting information about a certain area, right? It'll be like, okay, this is like a body of water and it's up by this city, but it's like to the west or the east, whatever it is. Like, first of all, does this body of water actually exist, or is this a metaphor, right? So she's actively researching. I'm looking at a lighthouse. Can you verify it? Because it's white and it's got red, and then there's these sailboats with the red bottoms. Like, does that exist, or is the symbolism? And so it's somebody to exchange energy with, but also she does a lot of like active research to be able to tell me, like, help me sort of follow the path, because there's a lot of things that it's a lot of interpretation, because you're interpreting visuals, clues, and sounds, and it's you're putting a lot of sort of pieces together, and as I advance, sometimes spirit just tells me, like I get like huge paragraphs of information, like in a second, and I'm having to review it. But still, it's smart to have somebody that can do some sort of energetic exchange with you where they say, nope, you're way off, or nope, that actually does exist. What about it? Right. And, like, for example, there was in one particular situation sort of recently, I was seeing all these tunnels underground in Michigan specifically. Underground, like way, way beyond like where the water was. And like she was able to look into that and validate that there are tunnels that run all under there for various industries in the past or whatever. And like in that particular situation too, I learned about like the fact that big pipelines and tunnels run under docks, because I kept seeing like this big pipe that actually ran under a dock that goes out, and I don't live on water, so I didn't, there was no way to know like if that's true, right? So she's, sitting in for somebody. Like if when I'm reading her, she can say, no, that's not true. Or if I'm saying, hey, I'm selling this and somebody is singing this song and they look exactly like this. And, when you're reading for somebody, they can go, oh my God, that's my mother. Or they can say, I don't know who that is. And then I have to ask for more information or to clarify and try and figure out what the message is. So it's a way to triangulate the energy and the communication. And so also too, we use like angel boxes and things like that. So in those cases, having a second set of ears is really useful because some of them are really blurry. And in my case, I'm hearing a lot of things at the same time as the box talking. So sometimes there's a lot of like overlapping things. And so she's there to, like help retain that information. She's also sort of an anchor to reality, if that makes any sense. I'm not saying that spirit isn't reality. I don't want to insult spirit, right? It is a very big part of reality, right? Spirituality and the existence of things way beyond, our normal like walking human experience. Like, but there are times too where like things start to get a lot more like channeling rather than just information exchange. And so it's really nice to have someone like anchored that can, be listening, because I also don't remember a lot of the stuff because they're not my thoughts. They're coming, they're coming from angels, guides, deceased loved ones, what have you, energy bodies. And so because they're not my thoughts, especially if it's been hours worth of time and there's been a lot of information exchanged, I don't remember it because it's not something that I sat down and thought about and like tried to decide how I wanted to say it, or, that I had contemplated before. So sometimes things like are just coming through me. I tell people that I'm just like either a radio, an actual just radio, right? And then spirit is, and our loved ones on the other side or whatever, are the song, right? They're the talk radio or the music that's coming through. And I'm literally just the radio or the speaker system that's broadcasting their message. Or, sometimes maybe I'm like an old fashioned telephone operator where I take the cord, right? And they call in and then I connect them to the person they want to speak with, right? But because they're not my thoughts, I don't always retain. And so a lot of times, like if somebody comes in and says, that was really crazy the other night, Pixie's going to know what they're talking about. And I'm not.
Yes, and Pixie also takes lots and lots of notes.
No, oh yeah, that's what I said earlier. Like you take like the box can be going and you're taking notes on that, and you're taking notes on all the gobbledygook that comes out of my mouth. And, there are people in chat asking questions and all kinds of things that, especially once we're here and I'm here, like having conversations and
I'm a good
using tools and
multitasker.
stuff. I don't look at the freaking screen, right? Because I'm hearing things and seeing things and doing things, so I don't look up either. And so you have to retain a lot of the reality-based exchange. I don't know who Caitlin is. I think you've probably used a screen name for Caitlin before, darling. Yep. Okay, so we're going to do that, and then we're going to set a med alarm. And then Meow, 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 meow. Oh, she's new. Okay. That is wonderful. 2, 3. Okay. What's this? Okay, yeah, 2:35. Okay, so we're set alarm. Come on, phone. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do that. Okay, so then, so yeah, I'm taking this stuff and I set an alarm. But then, what I would like to know, what we're doing, because so Pix and I have access to each other, whereas like Jam, I don't know if you'd like a reading either here or if you'd rather like meet later, like we did, last night and have it, private. I understand that. But you are due a read if you would like one, since you are new. And because last night, when I was reviewing my notes, I say last night, it was really this morning or yesterday morning, whatever. It was in the morning, in the middle of the night. I wrote down a bunch of stuff so I was reviewing my notes because they very specifically wanted to talk about like soul contracts with Toast and Jam, like, which I thought was really interesting. That's sort of new. I hear about soul contracts, but not like, hey, we want to sit down and talk about theirs. So I thought that was really interesting. And about like sort of your connection elsewhere. Lately, there's been a lot of new stuff, like in the sense of like, Spirit is just always telling the truth and it's just a conversation, but like, I've gotten a lot more unusual questions lately, like when we were reading The Prison, and there just have been things this week that it was like, I'm not sure if I know, I know I'm just going to listen and follow and see how it goes. Like, and it's been going well, but so that's new, like, especially that they want to talk about it right off the bat. A lot of times, like, they sort of let people tiptoe into the experience, and just hear sort of validating things either from loved ones on the other side or just things going on in their life, or small bits of advice, but like, and that's available as well, but they really are interestingly wanting to talk about your connection. See, you guys are in the sticks. I am not in the sticks, but we are both like, we've got coyote problems here too. Are you safe? Are you safe from the coyotes? The main question was, what are we doing? I think O is open to a reading, and I know Jam is due one. So the main question was, would you like to have it privately, Jam? Or are you eager to have it now? Either way. And if no one wants one, we have something we can do for picks. We're in the tank. They're like a block away. Okay.
Yeah, I think Yo wants one.
I do think so too. I'm asking Jam though, because she technically has been in line since before today. So, and I know I can access you. Most of the time anyway, sleepy pants. What's interesting though, I was thinking about this after we talked earlier, right, is that certainly I go through phases, like depending on where I am in treatment and stuff, where I'm just quiet, but it's not always sleep, right? And I'm an insomniac, but it's not usually super extreme. But lately, like this week, for example, when you've had those super sleepy days, I was up for 3 straight days, and I'm not somebody like using drugs or medication that keeps you up for 3 days. Like, there are some things in the new treatment protocol that do a little bit of that, but like, I don't mean like there were naps and I didn't sleep for long. I mean, I was up for 3 days when you were asleep for 3 days.
That's crazy.
Because when I went to sleep like this morning or whatever, I mean, technically it's the 19th, which is my maternal grandmother's birthday. This is 2025. So if she was here physically, she'd be 120 now. But so it was the 18th. So on the 18th, when I went and laid down, I went to go lay down at 10:30 a.m. and then got a call from a client, and it was like urgent. I'm using air quotes around the word urgent, but to them it was urgent. And so I went and handled that. So then I was actually laying down and closing my eyes by like 1 p.m. And I totally was confused about what day it was because it'd been so long since I'd seen like the bed. But I get high on angel dust. Let me clarify that. Pixie knows what that means, but like I probably should clarify for everybody else here. I'm talking about PCP. As just a joke about how interacting with spirit, and especially like when you ask for like angels or higher beings, whatever word you want to use, for their help, it's like a really lovely, amazing experience energetically. And so you get a lot of like a surge of energy, right? I hear a lot of people talk about like, I'm really tired from reading, and I think maybe there were periods of time in my life where that I was that way too. But once I realized I could call upon help that I didn't think I could call upon, that everyone can call upon, it changed really quickly. And so it's, it's really can be like the best like better than any drug you're gonna ever get, like here, that's like illegal or legal before surgery or whatever, right? Even if you're in the worst pain imaginable, and then they give you, there was just a big burst of light in my room. I wish I had the camera up.
A big what?
It was like a big, was an orb, right? But it was like right by my face, and so it moved in really close. So basically it looked like a big burst of like blue light. It looked like
I was gonna say, I had that happen today. I saw a big burst of light, and I turned and I looked at grandson, and I said, "Did you see that?" And he said, "See what?" I said, "That big flash of light." And he said, "No." I was like, "Are you sure you didn't see it?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay."
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is one others would have seen or not. Sam Fish,
I know I saw this. I know I
I know you
did.
did. There's no part of me that doubts you, but I see so much weird stuff, right? But so I totally am certain that that's true. But I'm going to ask you no more questions in a second. But Sam Fish, who is my co-parent, it's been in the last year. It might have been like last year around this time. It's like full daylight in my room, and he came in and we were talking, and there was like an enormous like white orb, like a beach ball size, that was moving around, and I'd been seeing it earlier, right? But I watched him see it, right? and he doesn't see that many things, right? So he came in the room to talk to me, and I watched him like look at it and like go kind of pale. And then I think it was, somebody sort of teased him since he saw it, right? So then there was a lot of movement, and then it sort of like burst, sort of flashed and was gone, basically. And that's what this was, except for it was a really pretty blue, and it came right up, like, it came in from my left peripheral side. However, like it was right in front of my face. It wasn't like in my peripheral. So tell me about what you saw, because what I'm wondering is like, are you
I was just sitting here on the edge of the bed. The curtain was kind of slightly open, but not much. Oh, I was looking at my phone for something, and it was just like, it was like you said, though. It was kind of out of my peripheral, but more straight in front of me. And it was
yeah,
just a huge, huge flash of light, almost like if it had been dark, a bright, bright, flash of lightning. But it was daytime outside. And I know I
so
saw, and I was like, I immediately turned to grandson and was like, "Did you just see that?"
What colors? Or
It was
white?
white and yellow.
Okay. I was just curious because I mean, you know, like I often see this kind of stuff. However, it's its approach, right? Like just like the other night when we were reading Kiki from the prison, right? And like the black smog came like flashing around, which is less typical from my experience. But this was, you know, came in from the left, it happened right in front of my face so that I wouldn't doubt it. What side was it for you? I'm trying to see if it was trying to get you to bring this up, basically.
What side of my body
Like,
or whatever?
right. Did it come from the left or the right?
Yeah, the left.
Okay, so this might be somebody that's like, because it came so close and so fast, and to that
Yeah.
I actually felt it. It felt like electric crackles on my lips just now. So like, it wanted attention. So I say spirit wanted attention. So it's making me wonder, like, if they wanted you to like you, because you hadn't told me that. So I wonder if they wanted,
Correct.
if it's the same guys. Is that was that about wanting Pixie to talk about it? Yes and no. What does that mean? Was it the same spirit group? No. Different archangel groups, though? Yes. Okay. So am I needing to listen to something separate for whatever I'm on right now? Is it tied into whatever she saw? You want to talk about the fact that it's yellow? Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm trying to remember who that is, because so I just saw blues, and that's usually Archangel Michael's group. We know that just because my wings and all kinds of weird crap. But hold on a second. Why do you guys keep taking Archangel? I keep typing in Archangel. It takes out Arc. Okay, let's see. So this is interesting, Pix, because this is also on the topic we were talking about earlier about positive thinking being really important, right? And like manifestation stuff. Okay. Okay. They just want me to try it. Okay, I'll try it. Hold on a second here. I just want to make sure that I haven't like dropped anything. That's going to be an option. Yeah, okay. All right, so little deck. And then we'll move on. Angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters, God, Jesus, the saints, all amazing deities from religions and spiritualities across the world that are love and light and God's source. Please watch over and protect all of us. Please help any and all tools we use today be for the higher and greater good for everybody involved. All messages received be for our own edification. Please help me to interpret what you would like to interpret properly, and whatever messages are important. And please watch over all gateways, doorways, entrances. And we're going to let God's source and those that collaborate be in charge of allowing anything into our experience. Because you all make better choices than we do. And thank you so much for all of the wonderful information you've given to clients, private and public, this week, and all of the help they've received and all of the validation that they've received and then shared with me, so that we know that we're tracking properly. You want me to do this, and I will. Okay. I'm just curious if it's gonna happen. I say that like you guys always make it happen, but I still am curious. Why I never doubt anything. You guys are freaky good sometimes. Okay, hold on one second. I do want to look up this guy too because okay. Oh my god. I didn't even know this. Okay, so hold on a second. I'm gonna finish pissing my pants and then I'm gonna explain what it is. The chakras would be okay, so that's sacral too. Okay, I just need to remember that. Makes sense. Okay, so first of all, these are just the major arcana from the Archangel deck. All right. So this is what went on picks. Like, wait, hold on. What are people saying in the thingamajig? In the chat. Okay, Levi says either.
Can you minimize me so I can see better?
Yes, I will. Here, just a second. I'm just reading chat. I'm sorry. Either is fine, said Levi. A long time ago. Sorry. I once joked that I had overdosed on Jesus and needed to cool off. Says, oh, this is not good vodka. Okay. Tito's never fails. I agree, Toast. Tito's doesn't fail. I don't drink much, but I do. I have stolen it, but I am not drinking it. Okay. Be back in 5. Got to grab some stuff from the house. Wish us like, yeah, please. Oh my gosh. That was, okay, only a minute ago. Be careful. Run fast, said Pix. Okay. You know what? I'm going to run fast for 2 minutes and then I'm going to change the screen. So give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. Because actually, I really did almost pee my pants because it was like the way what just happened with the cards and stuff. I'll be right back. Okay, in a mountain high and a valley low, in a river wide enough, baby. When is this alarm gonna go off? Is it gonna interrupt? Yeah, it's gonna have to interrupt because it's like in 12 minutes and not the right now. Not the right now. If you need me, call me wherever you are, no matter how far. Screwdrivers used to be pixie dusts to go to adult beverage. Me too, girl. I did not grab my drink, and I'm stupid. I'm stupid. You don't have the teeth for those? What does that mean?
The tool.
Okay. Don't have the teeth for those. Screwdrivers. Yeah, I understood that part. Welcome back, Toast and Jam. I don't know, but they definitely do, right? Just like some foxes, like, vixen foxes, people are, I watch, because of like being a weirdie, I get a lot of videos like on my feed about women's mysterious ghosts and spirits and women screaming in the woods, right? And it's like, that's a freaking fox, or a wild dog or cat or something. There's all these spooky videos about spooky, spirits in the woods, and like 9 times out of 10, they're a critter. It's not a skinwalker, step that. They literally know it's coyotes. They can see them. For heaven's sake. Okay. Still, I'm going to show everybody, but Pix, I'm showing you, because this is about you to some large degree. I minimize you. You said minimize me. You've been minimized. Okay, so these are the, this is the angel, archangel, primarily archangel, just tarot. It's a tarot card deck. And I've got like primarily major arcana cards pulled out. Not all of them, because they're utilizing a certain pool of archangels, and so they reuse them, right? Like the cards are still turning out to be like the moon or whatever. They reuse angels, and so their names and stuff, and symbolism. And so I don't have the whole deck. I just have this many, and there's a couple that repeat, because there are a couple that have stronger energy just even as archangels. So I've put their names in a couple times to validate like involvement and stuff like that. But just for the record, I just want to show you what I was just shuffling from. The 2 cards that flew into my freaking face are right over there, and I'm going to show you them too. Here, I'll send them right here. They're right here. Those are the two. All right. So, but this is like the pool. I want you to understand the pool. You never said you could see them, but you have seen them, right? That's why you know they're coyotes. Or you're just being spooky. So anyway, this is just for the record. Okay, this is Archangel Haniel, Chamuel, Raphael, Ariel, Metatron, Uriel, Michael, Sandalphon. So far, we haven't had a repeat. Raziel, Michael, right? Now he's the head. Here's another Raziel. Haniel, Zadkiel, Gabriel, and Raguel. So there are 3 that repeat in there. Okay. But that just shows you everybody that was in there. And so when I shuffled and Riffle shuffled and stuff, because they wanted me to, right? So what happened is I saw the big light. Pixie was motivated to tell me the story. She told me about the color. And I know which archangel is associated with yellow, right? But I said to them, like, do I need to validate that? Like, am I mistaken? And they were like, sort of being sassy and said, yeah, you just go ahead. You just go ahead and validate that. Like, you cute little idiot who knows what's going to happen here, right? Like, but you just go right ahead. Okay, so 2 flew out and like actually hit my face, right? The first one is Archangel Jophiel, who is the archangel of the yellow light. And I'm going to read to you what that means. But she is the archangel. Often, she's one of the few that's actually sometimes given a feminine gender. Like a lot of angels either don't have gender or are portrayed as male. Jophiel is quite portrayed as female. So she is the archangel of yellow light. If you Google which archangel is affiliated with the yellow light, it's this lady here. She did not appear anywhere else in this deck, for the record. So you saw the pool of possibilities. The other one that came and hit my face was Metatron. Now, I thought, what the heck does Metatron have to do with any of this, right? So, number 1, I'm going to read to you about Jophiel. So, first of all, just for validation, the archangel most strongly associated with the color yellow is Archangel Jophiel, often referred to as the angel of beauty or the angel of beautiful thoughts. She is associated with the yellow ray and the yellow golden flame, representing wisdom, enlightenment, and the ability to think beautiful thoughts, which is like directly associated with, personal joy and manifestation and things like that. Yellow ray, Jophiel is the primary archangel associated with the yellow ray, which connects to wisdom and intellect, but also that's your sacral chakra. Okay, just for the record. No, solar plexus, I'm sorry, solar plexus chakra. She's believed to help individuals cultivate beautiful thoughts, overcome negative thinking, and develop more positive outlooks on hard situations in their life. Jophiel can guide individuals towards greater wisdom, understanding, and clarity in their thinking. Her energy is also linked to creativity, inspiration, and the experience of joy. Okay, so that's some of the stuff about Archangel Jophiel. So then I wanted to know, Archangel Jophiel, because she's the yellow light. And I mean, I sort of knew, but I was just double checking to my memory and things like that. And then she came out. And then I was like, what the heck does Archangel Jophiel have to do with Archangel Metatron? Because, is it just we got 2 different, because I think that Metatron has been in some of the compilations for Pixie before. I'm pretty certain of it, actually, because it's not the absolute norm. They're more sort of regular, schmegular type configurations I see. And so I'm pretty sure it's come up before. Okay. And so I just Googled, because I didn't know, what their relation was. I was like, is this just separate, or did Metatron come out for a specific reason? And they were like, reason. And I was like, oh, I'm going to do my research. So Jophiel is said to be the companion to Archangel Metatron. They are best friends. I guess it is a way to simplify, right? And and so they are now. Metatron has a twin, right? Now that's divine, like, and that's Sandalphon. They didn't come into this at all, but so that's why it was like, okay, why is Metatron here or whatever? And it's because they are connected. So also. Jophiel can help. Okay, Metatron holds a lot of power. Let me say it this way. So Metatron holds a lot of power. He's the father of, spiritual geometry, basically. All sorts of things go on with Metatron, right? Metatron's pretty powerful. They always talk about like Archangel Michael as sort of the head of the Archangel group. That's true. But, if you had to say like who is second command, it'd be Metatron, right? Like just in terms of the writings and the energy that comes through. Okay. But these two go together a lot. They energetically balance each other out a lot. They have a special energetic relationship and connectivity. And so Metatron came out because they work together. Yeah, Metatron, it's Sandalphon. And of course, whether you're going to view the different spiritual texts as lore or fact, that's up to different people. Somewhere in between. But, that would mean like energetically they sort of were divine counterparts, splitting off and taking care of two different sides of a similar coin, right? So he is, in fact, yes. Oh, there's my alarm, of course. He does in fact have a twin. There are a few others in the Archangel pantheon that have twins, but I never, ever have I ever heard that these two walk together a lot, Jophiel and Metatron. But they do. It's all over, the texts. So, number one, I haven't made it past that because they hit me in, like, first of all, I got zapped by a giant orb, and then hit in the face with these cards. Like, Pixie has seen it time and time again, right? Like, a lot of people, I think cards just fall, and sometimes they can, but like when you're working with a lot of connected energy, or they're real excited to get the message through, they're flipping them out at you. And so these two came and hit me in the freaking face. And out of all of these, like, there's not a million of them, but there are quite a few. There could have been anything that fell. The first thing that fell was your little yellow archangel who came, and it was either Jophiel or one of Jophiel's core, right? Like, you'll hear me, Pixie's heard it, like a lot of times, like if we're using the rods or something, I talk to my primary archangel groups, right? And just say, like, are you from Archangel Michael's group or core of, individuals? So I'm not necessarily saying Jophiel came in person. Matter of fact, as an archangel, if Jophiel came in person, either they were standing like 100 miles away, or if they came close, you would have exploded into it like 1,000 gajillion pieces. So it probably is somebody. Okay, they just said actually, or we could have just sent a message with our energy in it, which you didn't think of that. They're not really speaking quite as sassy. I'm just hearing it because I'm being critiqued that way. So it was a message from Jophiel, and we've been talking for several days now about how we need to redo your angel cards because we never really did them formally. And I do remember Metatron is affiliated with you, though, just because it was unique to have him show up. Not as the primary too. Like, I sort of remember, I don't know if Jophiel was in your group when we were doing it sort of more casually back in the day, but Metatron, if Metatron shows up again, because they're really in the hierarchy, quite powerful, and And so if they show up, a lot of times they show up as like the primary influence and then other secondary archangels and things. But they showed up as a support character for Pixie a long time ago anyway. And this now clarifies that, actually. This clarifies, that information that we got years ago now, because it was like, why are you second fiddle? Not that there is such a thing, but like that, is the easiest way to talk about it. I don't understand. I never see that. Well, I'm guessing this person was in that group, right? And so if they travel together and they're friends, and like based on like what I've read about at least this dynamic, because I didn't know very much about it. Like Jophiel is there to sort of temper certain intensities in Metatron, and Metatron is there to sort of protect and watch over Jophiel. They work together and they're close friends. So the other thing interesting about this Pix with Metatron is like pink is one of Metatron's primary colors, pink and sort of like a pretty green, which actually shows up for me in the orbs that are around me a lot, that pink and that green, which are so interesting. Like, both painters that do like spiritual painting and then, aura photography and stuff, it's always that pink and that green. And Metatron isn't really one of my primaries. Like, I've interacted with them a lot because I know people to whom they, with whom they guide, and they're interesting energy. But anyway, their colors are pink and green, even though they're not my pink and green. So I think this was, like I saw the burst. Is that factual? Yeah, I saw the burst because they're saying like they want to talk to you about, and we've been talking about that, about a lot of different things behind the scenes as have such rapid growth. So you need to be doing quite a bit of reading on Jophiel, Pixie, like, and you're such a, avid researcher, but so I don't have to necessarily like tell you this because you'll do it anyway, but they just want to make sure I say, like, yes, read about Jophiel, but follow all interconnects, right? Like when they're talking about the yellow ray and the yellow light, read about the yellow ray and the yellow light, read about the solar plexus chakra, read about, any like interconnects, prayers, meditations, things that are going to connect you to this person, this archangel. And just for the record, in this particular deck, she's the star in terms of the major arcana, and it says happy times, make positive, optimistic, long-term plans on the right path. Metatron's in there a few times because he's so strong, but he's the chariot here. An important achievement, self-discipline and willpower, public recognition. That's interesting because in my astrology, like people of my astrology tend to, the chariot is one of our cards. I'm not saying I'm Metatron, please. I don't want to get zapped with actual lightning, but there's a connectivity to this too. There's a connection to us in the sense that, like, I'm sort of this blunt-edged tool, and you create a lot of beautiful things. So there's something to that connection as well. Also, if we're talking about numerology, just on these cards in particular, which, there could have been another Metatron chosen, and this one flew at my face. So it's 7, and then, it's 17, so it's 8. So numerologically, they're even going in order for you. So that's about sort of lining up for certain things too. I'm wondering if like they did that too because they would like to continue with your thing, because I know that's what we talked about, or if it was like, hey, you're going to do other readings, but this is a message that needs to come through immediately because she needs to immediately begin work on this. I know this, that's true. Like you need to immediately start reading and focusing on those things. Because I know like there's, for all of them, but like for Jophiel, I know factually there are meditations you can do that come with like the hertz vibration of, musically, not just 432, which is angelic, but like other hertz vibrational like music and guided meditations that, are connected to Jophiel. Solar plexus work, reading. I know that there are a lot of like I said, guided meditations, but also like guided writing cues and mantras that you could repeat like on your mala, like or on some sort of prayer beads. And prayers, right? And so all of those things can be utilized to start like helping like clear the energy, since there's so much going on with your energy right now, and also sort of fine tune. So like it makes a lot of sense to me for a lot of reasons. But I would like them to tell me. I need to pause because my alarm went off for medication, but I am going to ask real quick if they're really worried that we need to continue with you and that's why it was loud, or if that's enough of a pathway according to them. I don't know what you think either at this point because you've just said okay, but and so I want to know what you think. However, I also know that even if you think one thing and I think one thing, if they think something else, it won't matter what we think. Okay, so I'm going to take my meds. I'd like to know what you think while I'm doing that. If you're here, if not, I'll ask them here in just like less than 4 minutes.
I'm not arguing with the guides, so whatever they say.
I'd already muted, right, to take my meds, and I got to tell you, I'm laughing because your mama, because I know her voice so clearly now, right? She laughed and she goes, "Look at you learning."
OMG.
Being a smart ass, right? Because you just said, I'm not going to argue with the guides, which, by the way, Pixie has spent a lot of time arm wrestling with the guides in the past. Metaphorically speaking, and maybe even mentally, I don't know. But your mom came straight through, girl, and she was like, look at you learning. So she's poking. She's poking you. Don't poke the bear, Marty.
Yeah, she's poking the bear.
She's still out. She's dancing too.
She's,
Oh, girl.
yeah.
If you can see her, she's turning up.
Yeah, I bet.
Try and get to me then, woman. I can give you
Uh-huh.
mama's opinion and you can't get to me. I can give you mama's
Mhm.
opinion. She said she's going to stick around for a minute. Okay. Well, she said that to me because she's like hitting me in the back of the head going, take your stuff, dum-dum. So hold on. Okay, also, I don't know why, but she's playing the music, the song Blurred Lines. You know that song, right? It came through, it was like a lot of years ago now. But like she's dancing to Blurred Lines, which I would never expect.
I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah. It's like that guy, the one where Miley Cyrus like came on the music thing and like danced with her tongue sticking out like to his song or whatever. Da, 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 da. Good girl, I know you want it. Whatever it is. Blurred lines. Anyway, like that's what she's dancing to. I don't know if it's just about blurred lines or if it means something to you, but I'm gonna take my medicine and listen to the song. Yeah, I just saw that. Of course they're here. Can't feel them? I can feel them. Let me go back in the chat. I need to read. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, okay. I wanted to say the toast. Toast and jam, jam and toast. I do think, like, actually not just think. I keep saying think as if I'm not getting the information from other places. That like there is a Discord, right? But like we just haven't been using it. And I do think we're surprised. I'm being told we should have those conversations like there, or like meet as a smaller group. I know this is a small group now, but they're saying like I want, like we like the research, I want to hear about your research. And that we should be storing that elsewhere, like to sort of have a community pot of information and to be able to learn from each other and stuff. Because it's, basically, I think it's going to get lost in all the gobbledygook here. There's so much like gaps and gobbledygook that goes on here, and it'd be better to keep like a record of, I don't know, teaching each other, having classes, study classes where we can exchange information. I want to use the word coven, but that will scare some people. I don't mean it in necessarily the way that most people think I do, but still, that's the word I'm tempted to use. Did you listen to the song, Pixie?
I did. I didn't have to listen to it long, though. I get it.
I get some of it, but it was talking
It
about more
reminds
than
me. It reminds me of like 70s dance music.
it was talking about more than one thing, though, because I brought up the lyrics one too, because she was very like, I've seen her dance a lot, and very rarely has she like played a song that, you know, that's super specific. And so it was like, okay, I'm gonna go listen to that. So it's definitely about some of the stuff we've talked about, but it's also about energy work for you. And we've talked even about that stuff tying into self-care, right? That type of energy or lack thereof in your life, potentially being tied into, you know, needing that energy more and being tied into self-care and pursuing it independently, like, you know, it, on your own. We're tracking each other, right?
Gotcha.
Okay. So, but it's going to be tied in, that type of self-care is going to be tied into clearing some of the energy that's been overwhelming to some degree and stuff like that. I got the rods out just because I want to know with absolute clarity, you know, if we can move on, or should move on or whatever, do this later, or if they really want to continue now. It feels like the most important thing was the Jophiel thing, and I know they really want you to do your research. Okay, so we have got somebody immediately tapped in. Is the tech a problem? Yes, but I can't show this without the, you know, I can't to anyone else without, and they can't even see how I hold things with my hands and how stable it is either. But I can't show this without the tech. You know, do we have somebody? I'm pretty sure we have somebody strong enough here to still handle it. Okay. And how am I? Am I feeding you? Okay. All right. Can you please, just for, I know what you mean, but for everyone's edification, can you please show me what a no looks like? Thank you. What a yes looks like. How to quantify. Thank you. And directionals. Okay. Thank you. Do you love and respect and collaborate with what we as humans refer to as God? Are you allowed to lie to us over the course of this exchange? Are you allowed to withhold for our higher and greater good? Thank you. Okay. So that big blue flash, that was some message from my home base, right? Like in Archangel Michael's core. Okay. But it was directly related to Pixie seeing a big burst of yellow light. Is that accurate? Okay. Did they want to give me any message outside of that? No. Okay, so they just were wanting to prompt the conversation out of Pixie. Okay. And I mean, it's really stupid to ask this question, but I over validate, like, that burst of light was connected to Archangel Jophiel. Okay. Was it directly in that particular circumstance connected to the Archangel Metatron? No. Okay. Did Metatron show up because not only first of all, because Jophiel and Metatron are linked. Okay. But also, did Metatron show up because they need to participate in whatever's going to happen with Pix? No. They want to talk. Did I just hear you right? Ooh, that's a lot of chi moving. I don't know who's really close. I mean, I know it's whomever you are. And you're from Archangel Gabriel's group. Yeah, okay. You're saying Metatron came to talk to me, and not because I'm trying to, it was a big download. Metatron came to talk to me because they're going to work with me. Well, Jophiel works with Pixie, and it's specifically in regards to the work we do. Am I understanding? Yes. Okay. So because Metatron supports Jophiel, Metatron is going to give me energetic impulses to help Pixie connect to Jophiel and to help continue like growth and work and self-protection. Okay. All right. So now that we have that information cleared, how many times, because Pixie's tuning in really fast, would you agree? Yeah. Like she's always been had connectivity, but like there's a lot of fine-tuning going on right now. Okay. How many times before today, when Pixie saw that big burst, which she did, okay, yeah. I mean, I don't think she's lying to me, but it's good for everyone to see. And then how many times has Jophiel tried to send through their group or themselves or whatever a message to Pixie prior to today? How many times have they been sent that Pixie has missed the information? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I feel like they said 1 a month. 10, 11. If it stops on 12, I'm going to piss myself. No, 12. You guys are such jerks. You just want to make me pee my pants. Okay, because I got involved and said things, and I don't want my brain to influence. One more time. How many times? So first of all, did I hear you correctly? You said about once a month. Okay. So how many times, and I'll just not talk during, have they sent that same message that Pixie hasn't seen it? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 12. So that means when you said about once a month, like you're talking about every month for the last year? Okay. Were there attempts before then? No, because she wasn't ready. Did I hear that right? Yes. And okay, she wasn't ready for the test to begin, you said? Okay. And the test is that when she's able to start seeing it is when we can start working. Is that basically what you're saying? Okay. So it's not really like she failed the test. You were sort of sending out pulses to see if she was ready to begin, basically? Okay. Okay. And so, wait, okay, so if it's been 12 months, that means what? This is June 19th. So that means it happens, well, was it, okay, So was this number 12 or number 13? So was this number 12? No, this was number 13. Okay, so then that means it would have been, let's see, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Wait, hold on. Before June, so we got to go backwards actually. May, April. Right, so it actually happened last June, is that correct? And that would have been the first one. Okay. I wish I could know why the test, like what happened in June, like, or like what happened in the time leading up to. You'll tell, could you say tell you later? Okay. Right now, like there's other people in chat. Do you want us? We were already planning on doing Pixie Read stuff. Do you believe we should like continue all of that? Like, right, like is it important we continue it right now? No. So is it your advice to give others here that want reads? Okay. But they're saying, okay, but you just said it real loud again. You want Pixie to really read up on Jophiel. Okay. And yellow. Okay. Golly, I wonder if you like the yellow house more because of the yellow than they're saying yes. That's interesting. All right. So for now, it's okay to move on, or is there another question I should ask before we end this conversation? Is there another question? No. Well, thank you so much for the information. Do I owe Archangel Michael anything? Is there any research I need to be doing? Like, or was that really just to get us, tracking on the Pixie? Okay. Thank you so much for your help. He's back. Love yourself first, Namira. I love that name. I love that name a lot. Welcome. Welcome, Namira. I'm glad you came in. But that's a wonderful, I love that. Love yourself first. That's brilliant advice that is very hard to take for many of us. Well, everyone, but then you have to practice and become good at it like all things. But that's lovely. I'm glad you stopped in. You're welcome. Nice to meet you as well. Okay, so we do Namira. Is Namira okay, or would you prefer to be called Love? Like, what would you like us to call you? Right? It matters. It matters what you call people, you know. And I'm ridiculous, so I'm going to wind up my little wind-up toy while I hear that. Ice T-Rex. Namira. Okay, wonderful. It's a beautiful name too. And like always, I'm stuck on, I get fixated on things that spirit shows me. Namira is a Sanskrit origin, usually interpreted to mean innocent, pure, or radiant. That's beautiful. In Arabic, it can mean delicate or charming. In Persian, could be just or fair. Well, okay, Arabic could also sing blessing too, so that's interesting. So actually, just means a delicate, charming blessing, really. That's beautiful. Pure, radiant, delicate, charming blessing. I would want to name my beautiful child that. It's lovely. Well, welcome back. Welcome back, Toast. I'm glad you skipped back into the stream, you mean? We're glad you're here. Yeah, the name meaning is beautiful. Like someone loves you. So what are you sorry about? I don't understand. You have no reason to be sorry, Toast. Toast. Everything's all right. It is totally beautiful, Namira. So, okay, first of all, welcome. And also, we do offer free reads to first timers. O, who is listed in the room as Yosef, is due a free read as well, but they were talking about enjoying some Smirnoff and their phone also drinking or something. So I was trying to figure out what was the status of that was. And Dixie has just come back because she got the boot. Welcome back.
Ta-da!
Ah. It's OP, as in APA. So OP. You want it to be OP, not OP. I've just been calling you O because it was safer. And I also know your real first initial. I haven't said that. Yo-o. So, O is safer. But anyway, Namira, we do offer free first reads to newcomers if that's something you are interested in. We've been sort of all over the place, mostly because my brain is all over the place. Apologies to everyone, but that's just how it is a lot of the time. Get messages from a lot of people. So it's a lot of different things flying at my face, both literally and figuratively. So, O, are you wanting a reading immediately, or may I offer a reading to the lovely Namira if she would like one? Okay. I'm taking first person that jumped at it. And I also have access away from here to O, so I can offer a reading away from here as well, if that winds up happening. But we're here a long time at nighttime. So, Namira, can you tell me, like, would you like a general? Do you have a specific question? It helps me mostly decide what deck to use, what other tools to use. To know sort of what you seek. If it's a specific thing, if it's a general information, mostly subject matter. I mean, general, right, is fine as well. But if there's something that, like, it's like, oh, my job is really wearing on me, or I have romantic questions, it's useful to know. Also, I have many decks, and some of them seem to have strong opinions on reading on different topics, whereas others are like, yeah, I'll do whatever. General, please. Through a lot of loss. I'm sorry to hear that. Sending mental, energetic hugs your direction. I do, on this channel, offer mediumship. This is okay. So this is not relevant to right now, right? You're a newcomer, so for on the stream, these are the prices, right? Normally, and then privates are, $40 and beyond. But like, people get so much time, right? I just don't know when to quit. Like, so, because spirit never stops, and I like talking to them. So that's our standard stuff. When we're here, hold on, I wanted to take that down. And I do some mediumship, and honestly, I use mediumship in a lot of my tarot reads anyway. So we'll have to see what comes through. The more I can connect with someone, the more I can connect with their loved ones, and the more specific I can get. So we'll start off with a general, just about you. What do I want to start with? I want to start here with this deck here. This is the Playful Heart Tarot by Kitten Chops. I just love Kitten Chops as an artist. I'm going to start shuffling just while I chit chat about Kitten Chops. And so I don't know, like, since we're choosing general, like if there'll be a lot of specific things happening with mediumship. I don't ever know until it happens, right? So, but if mediumship is something, you would like to engage in at some point, maybe now, I don't know, we'll see what happens, or in the future, please do keep me in mind. There are a lot of newcomers in this room, but Pixie can vouch, I think, for my ability to connect to non-physical, both humans and critters, meaning like our pets. I mean our critters, I mean our pets. The other thing is, once you get to know somebody, like as I got to know Pixie, because her mother, for example, comes through a lot and is always with her, she just became sort of one of the people in my neighborhood, her mother, my spirit neighborhood. So I got, over time too, it's gotten much faster, right? Like knowing exactly, oh, okay, I know who this is talking to me, and I know who they want to talk to. So, and then it can come really fast once there's somebody you recognize the voice of. So I don't ever need you to give me like major clues or anything like that when I'm reading, but just having an energetic exchange, like, like if I'm talking and saying things. Now, if I'm way off or way on, it's useful to tell me, because I'm interpreting a lot of like visual clues and cues, and sometimes I can be wrong. I'm just a human. So please do tell me, or if I'm close but like it's not quite fine-tuned enough, like you could ask a question. The most important thing, though, is that you and I stay connected. So even if you're somebody that really wants to put this to the test and you don't really want to say much, even if you just reply with blah 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 blah, right? Like it just means you and I are exchanging energetically, and that can help me stay connected to you. I don't know who Pixie is. Oh, I'm glad you love the energy here, Namira. I hope you come back. For a while, we were here all the time several years back, like pandemic-y time, right? Like, and then a lot of just stuff happened in life. And also, I personally do a lot of this offline and had for a long time before online. And then Pix and I do a lot together, away from AFK, I guess. So we're just now, like in the last like week and a half, like, coming back to the interwebs and just hanging out. Like you'll see like a lot of the streams look like they're 8 hours long, and sometimes there's like long periods of silence. I need to get better at going back and doing my editing like a good girl, but we're just trying to spend more time here and rebuild. So we would love, we had a little bit of a community going before, but we're loving meeting a whole bunch of new people. It's already been really exciting, and seeing what the universe is bringing towards us in terms of new community members that might stick around and stuff. And I'm delighted so far in the people I'm meeting. That is including you. It's not because you said that you love the energy here. I mean, that's a lovely, kind thing to say, but it's not the fact that you paid a compliment. It's that it feels comfortable to you. And that makes me happy. And then that also tells me that you're someone that I would like to know as well, if you feel comfortable around these people. You're somebody that I'd like to know. Okay, so angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters. Jesus, saints, deities from all world religions and spiritualities that are of the light and love and truth and kindness. Please help us as we conduct any readings and use any tools. Please help all information be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved, as well as for their education. And please watch over and protect any doorways, entryways, windows, what have you. Energetically speaking, we're going to let those that are of pure love and honesty and truth and light decide who can come through and filter out who may not. You guys are much wiser than we are. And this is going to be, now that we need to shuffle and start putting the energy for Miss Namira in here, we're looking, oh, Pixie fell out. Hold on, let me put her back in. There you are.
Ta-da!
I'm sorry if I didn't notice right away. I apologize.
You're fine.
So, okay, so we are looking to get a general reading for Namira, who has the beautiful name at this time. Right now, we're just looking for general information. What can you show us or let us know in a general read for Namira? And we can specify more if we need to as we move forward. But Namira has asked for a general read on life right now. I feel like actually that she has, Namira might have a specific question or two, but so I'm hoping guides that, and I'm sure if it's supposed to happen, well, that you will, align things so that we can use this reading to seek clarity on those things as well. But right now, please give us a general reading for Namira, who's on an amazing quest to love herself. That's just one of the best things to hear ever. That's hard work though too, man. Oof. That's hard work. So yes, please can we tune into Namira? Give her a nice solid general read as a jumping off point and see where we land, please. And thank you. And last one. Okay. And then 10. Okay. Okay. They're already reminding me to shuffle slow. Okay. I keep getting in trouble too for the thumb hooks. Like I love them very much, but they keep saying, get the thumb hooks out of there. I don't know who that is. Probably like a family member. Okay. I'm listening. Your shuffle slow. Maybe 10 to start, right? Yeah. Alrighty. Now I've got that song in my head. I will read from Namira. Thank you. It's going to be too many. Let's see if they return though. Okay. Yeah, it did. That's crazy. Love it when you guys do that. Double validation. Double dog dare you. That has nothing to do with anything. It's for Namira. Now for Namira. Wee! Okay, so this, yeah, okay, that's crazy. They come back and they're supposed to. Oh my. Yeah, I got a lot of strong things going on. Like so far, the primary 5 out of the primary 5, 4 are major arcana cards. Here, let me move my stones back a little bit. Sorry, Dragonfly, you gotta move. We're gonna move this one here though. Let's get this back a little bit. Not sure where I have the camera to. I need to look up. Okay, good. We're centered. Okay, can I please have clarifiers for each, please and thank you. I'm sure. Slow down. Okay, I'm slowing down. Trying to anyway. It's too many. What? But that's not. Yeah, I heard you guys. You're funny. Okay. Wow. Did you give me the exact? You guys are crazy when you do that. Mm-hmm. Yep. And just to validate that is correct. That's what you wanted me to do, right? Make sure these are aligned. We're probably going to use a lot of clarifiers here. The bottom of the deck is one of her sweet little things here. All right, so it takes me a minute. I go quiet. Maybe you guys can chat amongst yourselves to connect to this energy here, but okay. Supported by, okay, and then we have I want this for my hands. Got a notebook. I'm going to use it. Do. Okay, I might ask for some clarifiers. Let me see what's going on in the chat here. It's lovely. Okay, so I'm probably going to ask for some clarifiers as we go along, but this is, a lot's gone on. I mean, you know that. It's your life. But this is really sort of interesting. Okay, so I will say, and again, I haven't asked for clarifiers yet, and so I'm going to sort of speak overarchingly about what we have going on here first. And if I'm way off, please do not be afraid to tell me that I'm way off. But one of the overarching themes here is almost like a little bit of stagnation. Okay, by which I mean, like I see, a lot of like hard work, right? And like, this here reflects as like sort of having major mind up on, I'm going to use the word at least right now, of like sort of traditional, conventional schools of thought organizations, whether that be like religiously based or some other thing, right? But you have really strong thoughts sort of in opposition to some of the more traditionally organized groups. And I'm using religion as an example because, I think it might be potentially relevant. Religion, faith, or something like that. It's like you have reached, but again, it could be some other really fundamentalist type of organization or school of thinking. But the energy is that you've reached a point where, you've been patient too. Like, you've been thinking about things in your life and concepts and like, where you've come from and what you've been taught, and you've been really patient in developing your own opinions and not being exactly rash about, taking action, even if you start to have a feeling or a sense that some of the conventional things, that have been in your life are maybe not a fit for you or something that you agree with. Okay. You've put it, and so you really have thought about it, like to the point where now, at least in your head, and I think potentially other places, you're sort of at a place where the debate in your head to some degree is over. Like, you have decided that you feel strongly differently than these, very specific traditional groups. And it's not like you're at a point of debate. Like, you've done a lot of that thinking and contemplation, like on your own, potentially researching and reading, because I see there's been like a lot of effort here made. The only thing in the life that's constant is change, and that's like what the Wheel of Fortune has to do with. But there's also been a lot of like hard work and study before allowing that change to take place. I think that it almost even feels like sometimes in your life that change has, like, the universe, God, what have you, has tried to start the change, or you felt really strongly, but you are steadfastly wanting to make sure that you make really informed decisions about whatever. And so you've taken time and really put in the emotional, mental, spiritual, psychological work. I'm going to read the chat because I don't know like how close we are. So I'm looking for the first time here. Okay. Yes, I am patient, taking my time. Right. And so spot on. Okay, good. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure like we're moving at least in the correct direction. All right. And so then she does have some, I should say that too, in case you have had readings, which I feel like you have some considerable knowledge on some of these things, topic wise, like in these tools as well, to some degree. Kitten Chops, who is the artist of this deck, who's just an adorable human to begin with. This is the back of the card. That's just for fun or whatever. But she's added some additional cards into the majority of her decks, whether it's one like this was just her like traditional tarot deck. It's very different from traditional, but she also has a pip deck and then like a giant deck. She's added additional cards. So some of the things you might not recognize, like this is the Explore True Abundance card. So I'm just pointing out the ones that are not like conventionally in a deck. And the one that was at the bottom of the deck, like when we finished this initial layout, is her Things Are Easier Than You Think card. Her stuff is so stinking cute. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to look in my notes real quick here before I say words about one of these things. Okay. And again, I'll ask for clarifiers, but I wanted to clarify a few things for myself too. So there's a lot of energy in your, I guess, spiritual like vortex and body, again, towards this kind of change, but you've really tempered it. You really tempered it and worked very hard. Sort of, it seems like work is also a theme here. Now, I do think is some of the type of work they're referring to is the work you're doing on yourself, right? Emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, and that you're very informed about all of that. But it is also, it looks like to me, talking about work, that you're, working very, very hard of late. And there's been not too terribly much time to socialize. And again, I haven't done clarifiers, so I can't say this with like absolute confidence, but sort of what I'm feeling like and hearing from my guides and things too is that that's sort of been okay with you, like the not socializing, not because you don't need people, right? You need people, everyone does, but that a couple things have gone on where some of the people that are in your social world, and this has no bearing on whether you love them or not. I'm sure you love a lot of your people tremendously, but some of them you're not totally certain you guys align as you're changing. You're experiencing a rapid rate of growth and expanding your mind and your spiritual practices. And so some of the people that have been part of your social circle, as much as you love them, sometimes when first of all, you're working a lot and, it's harder to find time and you're not being too much of a flibberty gibbet in terms of like work hard, play hard. You really have kept your head down to some degree and just kept it pushing. And again, we'll see what the clarifier might say, Poppet, you're super wrong, you big moron. But to me, it looks like you've been working your butt off and you've had less time to socialize. But also, there's something going on where some of the people you might normally socialize with, in some cases, it feels like they're not accessible to you. But in other places, it feels like you're not certain that they are, how they say, like, be careful the company you keep. I'm not getting anything that they're like awful people, but that they are sort of people that think that participate in a modality of thinking that you're hoping to move away from. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Yes, you are doing that. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't look up in time. Are you saying keeping your head down and working. I apologize. Or and there's a lag too, of course, on some of the chat places that we are right now. But are you saying you're keeping your head down and working, or that you're sorting people and trying to decide like who you're still have alignment with, like in the ways you want to change? Okay. My guides just said organized religion. So I'm going to just listen to them for a second. Okay. So I was asking my guides a couple of things because they did talk about organized religion, and so I just asked questions like, are you saying that because she's heavily embedded, or is that what she trying to move away from religion? And actually they said no. And I said, okay, I didn't expect that. Like, what do you mean? And basically the feeling I've just gotten is it's like, no, she really likes having a connection to God source and the universe, and but she's looking for a place to call home spiritually. And in terms of like religious and spiritual practicum, she's not trying to like avoid all of it and just escape like some people just walk away completely. She's trying to find what fits. Sorting people, also protecting yourself. Yeah, that's very smart. Yeah, that is good to know that to be self-aware like that, for a lot of us, I can only speak for myself, for a lot of us, learning that lesson takes a while. And so it's really good that that's where you are. You're okay. So what I want to know on my clarifiers really quickly. Okay. Oh, before I move on to that, stagnation, right? Like, so stagnation, that was like I was talking about being the overarching energy. Some of that does come from like sort of trying to move out of old things that don't fit. But there is like something else, and I think it feels like you're sort of revamping a lot of things, like your belief system, but also then that ties in somehow to either your work directly or how you approach your work. And it feels like there actually have been opportunities for change, but again, because you're very hardworking and because you do really like to inform yourself, there have been times that you've actually slowed down intentionally, right? Not like through some sort of stubborn, unconscious thing, right? There have been times relatively recently when like the change starts occurring and you've sort of pumped the brakes a little bit because you would prefer to move slowly and make sure like all steps are informed steps, and that you're taking everything's very intentional, right? And I don't know like if that's sort of tied into like meditative type things where you try to connect with making sure that everything that you're doing is out of the true center of who you are, and not as either something practiced from like your origins, like your family of origin or your religious group of origin or whatever it is. Some people like just want to jump away from it and don't think about where they're going. They just want out. But you have actually slowed progress a few different times with the intention of wanting to really be consciously participating in your life rather than strictly acting from your subconscious, either just self or making sure you're not like making choices out of like trauma, places of trauma, like, and it feels like you've been working on healing as well. Okay, so I could ask for clarifiers to become more specific, but I feel like we're at least I'm sort of connected and enough. Do you have like clarifying questions you would like to ask about these things? Or anything here, like we might do more, but like anything here that you would like to have clarified from spirit? That's generally where my information comes from. Working on healing also, I feel it. It's admirable. It's hard work, but it's admirable. You are very much, I can feel the energy of living intentionally, which is very beautiful because I'm not capable of personally. And I see I'm in a lot of people's energy, right? The level of self-control that you are able to, execute in spite of having traumas that need healing and really active energies that are like sort of pushing you in different directions, pushing and pulling. You are very, very, what's the word I want to use? It's too strong of a word. Okay, so I'll just use, this is not exactly what I mean, but you are very, very exacting and putting, and so strong, I guess is what I want to say. You don't feel strong a lot of the time. You think you don't feel strong, but I'm feeling you're steadfast. That's what I wanted. You're very steadfastly committed to growth. And so you're not making, a lot of times when people that's their goal, they'll make very rash decisions because they think any place but here is better. That's growth. And you know that you really want to do this the right way so that the healing that you're working on is effective. And whatever trauma you clear out right now, is not going to be something that keeps coming up and coming up. You're determined to work on each individual thing with great specificity in order to do your best to clear it out and move on to the next thing you want to tackle. Of course, with things like trauma, and I'm speaking about trauma because I think that that's a really active thing for you. And please tell me if I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But, we know that the thing about trauma is even once on a very good course of practicum for resolving that, we never know. We think, oh gosh, I've really done a good job at clearing some things out of this particular area. And you do, but there's always that little bit of stuff that sneaks up on you. But like still, the majority of it, you're really good at taking, and I say good, I can feel how much focus and mental energy that you are putting into this, and how much strength is behind your choices to be patient, because patience is so freaking hard, especially when it comes to wanting certain things to be over. I really want to stop feeling bad about this. I really want to move on to another experience, right? And oh my gosh, your strength. Okay. Yes, I want to do it the right way to move on, clearing out trauma. Okay. So good. That's sort of what this is about. So now that we are there, do you have questions? So, for example, would you like to ask Spirit if they have any advice about things you can do to support yourself as you clear out the trauma, would you like to ask on something slightly more specific? I'm glad that like the energy is aligning with your experience. So then that means it's unfolded properly and we can specify for you if you would like. Ooh, I can feel that too in my chest, like the weight of weight, meaning WEIGHT, of, sorry, I'm tearing up, the weight of the things that you are working on. That's heavy. That's heavy. But the fact that I'm feeling it in my chest, and I think maybe I don't know if this is a sensation. I feel like it might be a sensation that's for you regular, something you regularly experience, which is that sort of weight on your chest from like, all of the, well, the heaviness of the things that you're healing from. But if that is the case, if you do feel it where I'm feeling it, I know it's hard, and golly, I'm sorry, I'm feeling it. Like, it's so heavy. But I would like to say, though, the fact that I'm experiencing it in my chest, and that I think you sort of are too, even though it aches and it's challenging. This means like you're up in your heart chakra too, like, and that, you've sort of been able to travel upwards, basically, through some other, sort of catastrophic areas, chakra wise, where we hold a lot of trauma. And I'm sure like there's still work to be done. However, you've cleared out enough, right, that you're in a place where the feelings and the connectivity to it is very alive. Because I feel also like it's seeming like they're saying in the past, because you're a hard worker and you can be very focused, sometimes you've just made the choice in the past to go numb, which a lot of us have made that choice. So there's no judgment about that here. But it's here now in your heart chakra, which means you're feeling your way through it. And that's, gosh, you're just so brave. I just keep wanting to like comment on your bravery. Love to have advice. I feel others' energy, and sometimes it's too much. Okay. So you're definitely a strong empath. We have another strong empath in the room right now. That's beautiful too, because if you're clearing out your stuff because you want to, and that's the case, right, guys? Before I say it, a lot of your motivation for clearing out the stuff is because there are others you would like to be helping, and you are the right one in many cases to help them. But it's so smart to get rid of a lot of the gobbledygook as much as you can. But I do understand, golly, feeling that level of sensitivity and feeling their energy, and it being a lot like, so I'm going to ask the guides first, of course, because of the life I've lived. Like, my own brain can think of a lot of things that could be done to help protect you, to not get rid of the situation, not get rid of the experience, right? But to protect you a little bit more, to allow you to be able to turn it off when you need to, and step away and clear so it doesn't build up, and those kind of things. So I'm grabbing, what deck do you guys want? Okay, I know that they want to do oracle stuff. Okay, All right, so they've given me at least a path to like sort of start, see what answers we get. So here you guys, so you want, I mean, I get it. You want to talk about the energy parts. You also want to talk about like practical advice. Is that accurate? Okay, that's interesting. Okay. All right, hold on. I'm grabbing. And I dropped my rod. They just clanged everywhere here. Here. Move you guys over here just for a minute. I'm trying to be rude. Okay, so I know what they want. They want this one. You guys want mudras too? Okay, interesting. You're welcome to bring up some things that I do work with regularly, but they're having me bring up some stuff decks I don't. It's organized for later. Okay. Colors. Okay. Let me see what you've said. Okay. Okay, but energy and it's too much. I always help if I can. That I can feel. I can feel what a helper you are. It's very, like, it brought tears to my eyes. I can feel your love just for everyone. And it resonates with me personally too. I understand that. I also feel energy of my ex Alexander, knowing he loves me, but I cannot take his energy because I care for myself now. Okay. Yes, and I need protection, but I also do grounding and cleaning much. Your reading resonates so much. Okay, so because you are somebody that is practicing a lot of things, I don't want to like tell you things. I mean, I'm sure the guides, they know, so like they'll lead me in the right direction, but I also don't want to tell you things like you already know unless it's just validations. I feel the energy of my ex Alexander, knowing he loves me, but I cannot take his energy because I care for myself. I need protection, but do grounding and cleaning. What do you guys want to do? Okay, so you want to scan first and see like where. Okay. All right. So I'm just sort of off-roading it here. I'm just listening to my guides. Usually that works out, but when it's the case that I'm off-roading, I don't necessarily know why they want me to do what they want me to do, but it always winds up making sense. So let me bring up this is an oracle deck. It's the Beyond Lemuria deck. They are talking about this is interesting. This came up earlier for me today too. They're talking about a little bit about like sort of talisman or crystals or something in terms of protection. They're talking about like metaphysically, like energetically zipping up your energy, which that's the part that came up earlier today. I do see that you're talking about you do grounding and clearing, but it does feel like a little bit like when's the last time do you smudge your house? Like do you your living space? Like they're talking about and I mean, you're talking about doing those things, right? But it feels like either if you have been regularly clearing the energy from your living space, it feels like something new needs to be added to that practicum. Um, because of course, the more that you sort of advance at these things, the more clearing, you need, because you're vibrating at a much higher frequency, they do keep showing me certain types of things. They tend to show me when it's like, hey, you want to make sure that like when you do those things, that it's wonderful that you are doing things where you ground and clear, but in small ways. It needs to be something that you do like in small ways, like almost throughout the day, practically, like have certain like faster, short form things that you do like before you enter your home, to clear off the activity. So in that case, they're talking about, and again, I apologize if these are already things you're doing, right? But so in the small ways, they're talking about things like, and this came up for another person like earlier this week, but they're talking about, like, for example, having like, just like a old, like body, spritz, like bottle or something, right? And, going ahead and mixing up, clearing it out using just the bottle and mixing it up with like, salt water of some kind that, like you really like can just take out and like sort of just lightly spritz over yourself before you enter, they keep talking about your home as if, I don't know, it feels like, some people are really, extroverted and introverted. You feel like an ambivert, right? Which is like, so it means your castle, your home needs to be your safest space. So I think that that's part of why they're making sure that like whatever your version of clearing your space is, that needs to happen more often, and that there need to be practicums before you enter your space, that you can do like really super lightning fast, like salt spray, like, having like salt spread out on the like ground, like just a little bit, and rubbing like the soles of your shoes in them before you step in the house. Even if you take your shoes off away, then you don't track any of that stuff in with you, because the point here is that you already have a lot of stuff that you need to clear. But you just like, and I'm talking about energy. I'm not talking about anything specific. Like, yeah, I don't want people that are like listening to this, that are not myself or Namira, to think that it's like, oh, there's something bad following her. No, this is just not something bad following her in. This is just, she's vibrating at a really like higher and higher frequency. That's like being a magnet. I mean, even just if you're talking about physics. And so, having practices that both sort of help break that before stepping into the space, but also just any type of ritual, whether you think, or whether the general public or even you yourself think this seems silly, it's, initially anyway, it's sort of, if you utilize it and repeat it, and do your best to believe in it, right, it becomes like a ritualistic thing. So whether salt water actually works or not is irrelevant. It's the intention behind it. It's the intention that I'm clearing, before I enter my home, because that's the message I want to send into the universe. I would like to leave all excess things that I've gathered up outside, please. I love and respect you. Please stay outside. I need to go into my cave of protection now. Okay, so Palo Santo is my favorite too. I know that sage is the popular thing, right? But it's controversial in terms of like being taken from Native American properties and things like that, and, potentially from, sort of, culturally appropriating. There's Native American tribes that feel like sage is cultural appropriation. And also I think Palo Santo just for me works better, but so it did feel like, I'm sorry, oh, that it took so long, but we're here a lot and you're welcome to come anytime. And if you don't feel like coming again, just send me a thing and we'll do your read anywhere and anywhere you want. Tipsy Turtle. It was good to see you. I'm glad you got to meet some of my pals, Miss Pixie, Mr. Toast, Ms. Jam, and now our lovely friend Namira. You do that with Himalayan salt.
Did you ask me something?
No, ma'am. I just said I was glad he got to meet you because O is leaving.
Yo, oh, have a good one, dude.
Yeah, I hope he comes back. Okay, so yes, so it does not surprise me that you're doing the salt and the Palo Santo, but like doing it before you enter your home is really important. And again, they're talking about, and this might be something you already do. Is this something she already does? Not much of. Okay, they're talking about sound clearing, right? Like just like how you can cleanse your house, smudge your house with Palo Santo or sage or whatever, or you can, use like a stick of selenite or whatever. They're talking about sound clearing for you. I don't know if you're music. Is it because she's sort of musically connected in some way? Yeah. Something about everybody loves music, but you have, I guess, maybe a stronger connection to music. I don't know if it's like a hobby or something that's beyond a hobby. I said that slowly because I want validation from them. Okay. But since music is something that's important, you can clear your space to sound. So having, just a tiny little Dollar Tree wind chime, right? And you go into your space and you just, you bring the sound in there because the vibration of sound, like of music, is really comfortable for you. And they're saying like you'll be able to expand and grow faster and heal faster if those are some of the vibrations you're sending into the space. So whether, again, like if it's just like a little gong, not a gong like gong, but like a tinkly little bell sound, or like a singing bowl, like I have some of the singing bowls. I always, something we would have in common, if that's true for you, like even right here, like I have my little like tongue drum, and I've got bongos in here and like a hand pan, and so they're saying that like that particular vibration is really good for you. So clearing your space with sound is good too. See, that makes sense. I know some people might say everybody loves music, and that's true, but she's got a special connection where it is also like a really strong form of communication. At least that's what I'm hearing. She could say that I'm totally wrong, but it is a great way, like energetic way for Namira to receive communication and give communication through sound. Now, music is the primary, right? But just even like speaking things into existence more so than potentially like writing them or dancing them or painting them. Like speaking and singing, sound is important. And so if you bring like that, like how you clear your house with the Palo Santo, if you do the same, actually, they're showing me something which I've not seen before, and I've never done it either. So now I'm curious, but they're showing like you going through and smudging where you live, right? Like how when you take the stuff and you smudge and you have the windows open, and then, you smudge and then leave the windows open so that things can leave, and then close the windows. So they're saying, you do that, but then after you do that, that's when you do the music. So I've never heard or seen this before, but that's part of what they're recommending, is that you go through and do your normal cleansing and stuff, and then close the windows because you want the vibration of the sound to stay. So do your singing bowl and your little tinkling sounds, or if you play the ukulele in different corners of your house. And they're also, and so you talked about music calming you down. Yeah, I just looked back at the chat. So yes, you did talk about music calming you down. They're also, so they're showing me too, like in every like primary corner of your living space, they're showing like if you're just in the house doing something else, like if you have certain songs that you listen to me, I don't know if it's new agey, but I know like I do hear like, you know, you listen to all types of music, but like you are listening to some of those more, it seems like anyway, some of those more intentional like things where it's like, listen to this music and it will help elevate your energy or whatever. So they're saying like if you're at home kicking it, it would not be a bad idea to take like your phone or whatever little speaker you have or whatever and put it in one corner of the room. If you have multiple speakers, just put them in every one of the 4 primary corners of your living space at once and play your music into the space rather than just for you. Play into the air. And if you're doing something totally separate, you know, you don't have to play it very loudly even, but, and if you can't do it all at once, then, you know, choose your most soothing song, and it'll change too as you grow and as your energy fluctuates, but whatever is the song that is the best for you, the most soothing for you at that time, right? After you've cleansed, if you don't want to like go around banging a funny little drum or whatever, you know, put your phone down in each corner and play, you know, that song into your living space. They're showing under the bed too, which again, this is all new. Some of this stuff is new. It's new every time, right? But they're saying like near the bed or at the foot of the bed or under the bed, if you play that too, it will help your sleep. I don't know if you're struggling with sleep, but they're talking about like having, they were earlier too, like at the very beginning of when we sort of cleared those cards away and started talking on this topic, they did show me like a bed and they said some, you know, and then I got distracted and like too chatty or whatever, but they showed me the bed from the beginning. Do you have trouble sleeping or is it dream stuff? Because they're really wanting like your sleep to improve, whether that is because it's not good sleep or you're having disturbing experiences in your dreams. I'm not sure, but and they were showing something else earlier. Can you show me again? Okay. I mean, it makes sense. Sleep, you know, I was talking to Pixie about this earlier about how sleep, you know, if people don't sleep, they can't grow, and they can't heal. Literally, like grown-ups think, I think a lot of times we think, well, we're done growing. And it's like, no, because you are emotionally, mentally, spiritually growing at all times. You got to sleep. So, you know, they want you to do that music thing, but they're also keep showing me like, I don't know if you're choosing a mantra every day or if you're doing every month or some saying or something. I'm not sure, but it's like they really want you to write down on a piece of paper like a positive, whatever your positive thing is at that time, whatever you're working on, a positive, just like one sentence of intention, like of what you're most hoping for. And they're showing me you just put it under your pillow. You don't have to sleep on it, right? Like it's something that you do sort of early in the day, or if you're making the bed, or like me, I'm a slob. I don't necessarily make the bed, but I pull the covers up, you know. they're saying you slide it like under the pillow or under a blanket or something, like early in the day. And because that's basically your wish or prayer or intention for yourself. And then, before you get in bed at night, you just move it and use that. Angel meditation every day. Oh, that's lovely. I'm glad it's improving. Yes, dreams often disturbing something, but I don't know what it is that wakes me up. Angel meditation every day. What wakes her up? Is there any way you guys can show me? Okay, I'm going to tell you what I just heard. Okay, so because we're off-roading the reading a bit. Ooh, I got dizzy too. One of the things that's going on is that, of course you have guides, guardians, angels, whatever word you want to use for the equivalent of that, right? And that you're coming into more and more like awareness of things. And so they're around, and sort of you are noticing that. I think it's been something you've had since like almost like birth probably, but you're noting it. And I asked them, like, I was like, are you there? Like, is it new that you're there? And they said no. And I asked, is it, are you there because like you're trying to give a message? And it was like, no. And I said, so, okay, then rather than me guessing, can you just tell me? And they were like, we want her to feel safe. We're there. We've always been there, but like our energy is stronger because we want her to feel safe. And then it just kept repeating it. Want her to feel safe. We want her to feel safe. We want her to feel safe. So I don't know if you're coming off a period of time where you felt quite unsafe. It feels like that's a very strong possibility. And so they're very loud and strongly present because they want you to know you've got a bodyguard. Yeah, I knew you would have it as a child. I recognize my own kind. Now, I do think everybody has gifts and skills, and depending on our childhood, like sometimes they get scared away or discouraged or whatever. But there are some, just like everything, some people are born to be brilliant mathematicians and physicists, and they were born that way. And like some of us were born with stronger abilities in that area. And I think you, glad it's not scary. But they do still want you to feel safe. And so like what I mean by that is, to me, it feels like there was a person, like not a spirit thing. Like it feels like, I'm just getting out the rods real quick. I'm glad you feel safe at night because that's their goal. They want you to feel safe. But I want to know why that we're repeating it. Okay, I'm so sorry that we're back. Can you show me what a no looks like? Thank you. What a yes looks like. How to quantify. Thank you. Directionals. Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure I heard correctly. You guys were repeating, she is safe, you are safe, you're safe. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Now, and is that sort of, it feels like to me, based on what I'm hearing you guys say, that it, of course, you always have wanted to care and watch over. Yes. But you, but it feels like it's just like you're making the message or the energy of the message louder. Okay. Is that because there was like a person that created chaos that made things unsafe? Yeah. I don't want to ever put anybody on blast. Is it that, but like we all understand what we're talking about. And okay, yeah. And who we're talking about. All right. And I'll ask this one quietly to myself here. And healing from that. Okay. Okay. So, okay. So, guides, you're wanting to give advice now about how, hold on. I don't know. I didn't ask a question. Did you just answer someone else's? Okay. So, is your course of action recommended that we just follow the steps? Or is that just to show how to, you're showing me how to like have times of rest and not feel others' energy so intensely? Okay. And when I see the writing stuff down and stuff, that is like a contra. Okay. And then, did you guys choose this one because you're wanting to just talk about like energies that are like either too closed or too open, that kind of stuff? Okay. And then you want to give, you're talking about that, these other decks that you wanted to bring out that like offer like projects. Is that something you still want to do? Okay, no, but you still want to do like the love cards for her. Okay, all right. Okay, this is the Beyond Lemuria deck, and this is just to specify okay, like areas of focus that can help with energy sensitivity and help sort of both learn, to build more tolerance, but also how to like be able to just turn it off and take breaks and things. Which is good you came in because you're not the only person that needs this kind of stuff. Okay. So you're just being a good reminder to all of us. I'm sorry if whomever was not nice enough that like there was fear. Not in the too terribly distant past. Yeah, heart chakra. That's fascinating to me because that's where that chest feeling is. That's how many? Because you guys said 4. Okay, try again. That was my bad. Okay. This is fascinating to me because they talked about music already. And so if we're just going off the very basic titles of the cards in terms of advice on how to help like with sensitivities, harmonic flight, right? Which is going to be about like music and stuff. Vulnerability, heart chakra, which came up in terms of like how heavy the energy feels. Ooh, flying. Oh, down on the ground. Okay, should feel good, I guess. Well, okay, right away. Just briefly go through these. Okay. Harmonic flight. Wow, numerologically speaking, it's 2 2s and 2 5s, which is interesting because the 2s are direct connection to like angels, guides, universal, so like love source, God source, or whatever. And then 5s are about change. So I think it's interesting. So the first one is harmonic flight, and they just want to give you just a little bit of it here. Seeing the divine in the eyes of another, relationships with bonds, karmic connection, clearing illusory projections, life-changing connection, transmuting any dissonance, which was about like that music stuff was about, removing heart armor, being seen, and teamwork. And eliminating, like it's basically largely about fine tuning, right? Both literally, like musically, and energetically, and talking about like eliminating illusions, like separating like energy illusion and pain and fear illusion from like reality of there's a lot of real stuff going on too. Next one is vulnerability. It talks about real strength, holding space, healing past wounds, which is exactly what you're already working on so hard. Accepting yourself as you are, sharing from the depths of your heart, raw truth, compassion for others, removing your armor. So that's the second time it's talking about being less guarded, which is interesting. It says also be vulnerable. It may also almost be time to step into the role of healer. They keep talking about light worker with you too. 2 is your year number and 5 is your life path. Wow, 2 2s, 2 5s. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And they do, like, there's a lot of different energy workers, right? But they've mentioned, just like as they've been chit-chatting to me, like light work a lot. Now, there's lots of different types of light workers, but my gosh, you are one and headed to be a bigger one. Heart chakra, right? Love for oneself and others, relationships, compassion, forgiveness, empathy, connection, receptivity. Okay. And then you give, of course, less information about that because, it's the heart chakra. So, you already know about it. And then the last one in this particular thing they want to do is the realm bridger, which makes sense if you're a light worker as well. Visionaries, architects of the future, information from other realms, bridging the seen with the unseen, inspiration, seeing a new earth, traversing different states of consciousness, birthing ideas from subtle reality, and journeying. And it's talking about you being the pioneer of your life, which came up in your first lay of cards anyway. They're talking about doing intuitive drawing. And not getting too fixated on a certain school of thought, which it already came up that you don't, but even as you learn new things, like new agey, that's always, I'm hesitant to use that new agey thing, right? Because it's ancient wisdom that we're dealing with here, and universal love and things that you're dealing with. So, but it's just saying, I guess it's a validation that the fact that you're not like insisting that you're of one school of thought or another, and that you're going to take bits and pieces and create something ideal for yourself is wonderful. Yeah, heart chakra, right? Like it was like they don't write as much, but like it's sort of like what if we're already here and you already do, are familiar with all this stuff, like why this wouldn't be something that I would need to explain to you, right? But it does make sense because that's where I was feeling all that weight for you, is in like right above my heart chakra, actually. So they want me to do like a couple of universal love cards for you. But they did want to say this in terms of the oversensitivity, like that you're not oversensitive. You're just feeling a lot right now. They are saying you could write up a contract. Now, I've had other clients, they've had do this, right? Where you're talking about feeling other people's energies and things like that. And it's sort of like whatever you want to write in your contract, right? But if it's like, okay, I go out in the world and I feel everybody's energy, and I come back like feeling exhausted, and it's hard to focus too when you're hearing like feeling their feelings and hearing their thoughts and that kind of stuff, like can be really exhausting. So they're saying write up a contract as if you're writing up like a business arrangement with someone, where it's sort of like, I, the undersigned, am committing, as you will know, to learning more about myself in relation to all of this stuff. And I'm pursuing as many, avenues of learning as possible. And I'm, very steadfastly moving forward slowly so that I understand. But between the hours of such and such, I would like to be able to request via contract that you know, my guides, guardians, whatever you want to put, step forward and block me from that energy. Or when I go, or if it's just certain locations that bother you, whatever it is you want to put in your contract, you need to either put in like the hours of time during the day. Like, hey, if you were in school, for example, it'd be like, hey, I have a class from 6:30 to 7:45. In that window of time, I need to sign a contract with my guides and the universe that stuff is not going to interfere with what I'm doing. Or if you're on the subway and public transportation or whatever it is, public trains or whatever, wherever it is that you feel really overwhelmed, or if you feel really well overwhelmed everywhere, you know, you need to write up a contract that just says, you know, I would like to really turn this off until further notice when I'm in public, or something. But they're just saying write up a very specific contract, stating when you need them to sort of shield you, or to zip up your energy, to send the message that in this particular window of time, I would just like to be a normal person out on the street that doesn't have all of this energetic information flying at me from all directions, because they honor these contracts. They honor these contracts. So I know you feel other people's energy. And so you need a break from that. Everybody does. And I know you're doing meditations and listening to music and things like that, but you need a break. You have the right to go to the movies or the groceries or something and not be inundated with all of this. And so even if it's that you would like to write up a contract that just says, hey guides, I really need to tune down like the experience of other people's energy, experiencing it. I trust you, as you know, I trust my higher powers. I'm going to ask that I'm only feeling those feelings from people when you guys, as like universal wisdom, really believe I need to be interacting with that person and understanding them. You know, whatever it is, to give yourself a break. You need to sit down and think about it, and think about, like, if it's just times, like if it's like you want 3 hours off a day from that, and wherever you are at that time frame, then, you know, but regardless, you need to decide about it, think about it, decide it, write it down like an actual contract, you know, and sign it, and, you know, put it in a drawer somewhere. It's worked really well for kids that have high levels of sensitivity too. This stuff in my family runs through in the family. And so it's something that they first advised when there were some kiddos that were like scared of the experiences they were having. And even in our family, even though we were saying you don't need to be scared, it's still scary. And so it initially started off with little people, and the contracts would work every time. And so then throughout the years, there have been times where with clients, they've advised that write up a contract. And that's something you need to do. And then finally, they want to give you just universal love cards. How many do you guys want to give? Okay, we'll see. I think I'm pretty sure they gave you numbers. So we'll see if that's how many fall. Okay, what are your universal like love letters / messages for Namira, please? Hey, if there are 4 here. Oh my God. You heard me say it. If there are 4 here. They said 4. And I was like, we'll see what falls. I should just stop doubting them. Okay, so this was, were they all down? No, they were this way. So, okay, so this is the order. You got creativity, spiritual growth, answered prayers, and enchantment. I don't see some of these a lot, but I don't think I've ever had anybody get enchantment, so I'm excited. Okay, so creativity. Creativity. An aura of creativity surrounds you. Life's universal force fills your soul and seeks expression through you. Will you be a channel for the divine? Will you allow the light to flow through? If the answer is yes, open your heart. If the answer is yes, let creation flow. Say yes, and self-judgment and doubt will have nothing to hold to. Allow the clear waves of inspiration, ingenuity, and imagination to wash away reluctance, fear, and anxiety. Lost in creativity and find true expression. Let the colors of your soul flow through you. Let the music of your soul be heard. Sing your divine song, dance your divine dance. Express every feeling and emotion, and allow yourself to shine. Be one with your soul, your true eternal self. Realize the divine dream and love unconditionally. So I think this is like, if I had to, interpret that loosely, they say, I see you, girl. We know you. We want you to know we know you, and that so we have your back. And if you need to write up a contract with us, that's fine. We see you. This is not a random drive-by reading. We're talking to you. Okay, spiritual growth. This is a very special time for you of deep spiritual awareness and growth. Powerful changes are taking place deep within you, and it is important to nurture yourself as this occurs. Take time out to appreciate the beauty and healing energy of nature. Wonder at the trees. Delight in the flowers. Feel the earth beneath your feet, which you already do that. Hear the sacred heart of Gaia and rejoice in the essence of her nurturing spirit. Walk along the beach, step into the waves, feel the ebb and flow of the water and the ebb and flow of your own personal divinity. You will emerge from this period with a renewed sense of purpose and a heightened ability to tap into the vast pools of knowledge, inspiration, and creativity that dwell within you. Yeah, they're talking right at you, girl, because there could be a lot of cards, and these are the ones. Answered prayer. The universe is listening and has heard your call for help. Your prayers will soon be answered. Expect a pleasant surprise in the coming weeks. The butterfly angel depicted on this card reflects the positive transformation now taking place within you. They've heard your heartfelt whispers. They know your dreams, your fears, and concerns. They've taken them into themselves and changed their shape. The dull has turned to bright. The bound has found its wings. A wish becomes a truth. You question, and now they answer. Listen and allow. They will fill your heart with love, joy, and a reminder that you are never alone. Yes, see, they really sent that earlier too about you're safe. Embrace them with your new wings of light. Their love for you is unconditional and spans all time and space. Gift them your troubles. They delight at their ability to transform your troubles and respond to every heartfelt call. And then the last one is the card I'm really curious about because I don't know if I've ever seen it come up, which is enchantment. Enchantment. Slow down, pause to see and feel the love and beauty that surround you. They are coming from everywhere in the universe. Smell the roses, gaze at the stars, and feel the breeze caress your face. Feel the sun shine down from above and the steady earth beneath your feet. Observe nature and her changing seasons. Autumn leaves, misty sunrises, dewdrops in the morning, waves of the ocean, luscious blades of grass, and rainbows. Find nature embodied in a smile, a kindness, a sincere gesture, or a tender word. Think of someone and connect with them spiritually. Send out your love, light, and blessings. Despite all its madness, difficulty, and suffering, the world is an amazing place. Life is amazing. The sky, the earth, the universe, the great cycles of birth, death, and rebirth, all are amazing, as are you. Yeah, they just wrote you a little love song there. Is there anything else that you can think of now? I do feel like and I don't, you can ask Pixie, I do not say this to everyone that comes through, but I do feel like if you have the ability to return, there are some, did you guys say some or one? Is it some? Is it one? Okay, so there are some people on the other side in non-physical that would like to contact you, and whether that's you come back here or go wherever, if you have somewhere else you go that where you get mediumship readings or whatever. But there is one primary person and then a few others that would come through just to send a little bit of some messages. But there's one in particular. So please know that even if you don't come back here, go somewhere where you can speak to them. I mean, we would love to see you again and learn from you and be your friends, right? So I'm not trying to discourage you from coming back, but I don't want you to feel like I'm saying that because I'm trying to get you to come to the mediumship reading, right? You need to do it, whether you do it here or not. Oh, Pixie fell out. When did you fall out? I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry, Pix.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. How long were you out there?
A little while.
I'm so sorry. Man, I never look up. I'm either like looking at whatever the visions or whatever is right here. Yeah, we would love to see you again. Is there any question like that is still we could do with the rods, like yes or no, that like is bothering you? Because if not, I believe we've reached a good stopping place. It's been lovely to meet you, though. Your energy is lovely. My gosh, your patience. Like, people couldn't pay me to be patient like that. I mean, I would like to try, but I'm bad at it. You know, I would like to be far more patient. Oh, that's lovely. I'm glad you feel home here. We would like this to be home for lots of lovely people. You know, if it feels like you're home, then that means to us, right, we get new roommates, which is always good. I hope it helps you, but that I know that like the music thing, you know, adding practicum to the way you clear and enter your space and things like that is going to help you a lot. But that contract is going to help with, because I know how it feels to feel like in public and be feeling their feelings and hearing sometimes I hear their thoughts, and it can get to be like an echo chamber of like ginormous proportion. You learned to be patient. I mean, I'm far more patient than I was naturally born because I was naturally pretty impatient, like how some kids seem to be just born with patience. That was not one of my particular strengths. So I've learned a lot, but still, like, it would take years of meditation to reach like where you are. Because yeah, I could feel how steadfast, and I could feel your strength too, which is really impressive. Also, even though you have different paths and things like that, you and Pixie actually are in a really similar place energetically too. So hopefully in the future, like when we're all just hanging, you guys get to chit chat because you guys have stuff going on that's energetically, again, you both are going to wind up, having different types of skills, but like in terms of like the overwhelm of rapid spiritual growth and that kind of stuff, you share that in common. Yeah, we are humans, right? And especially when you talk to the divine and guides and stuff all the time, it's really easy to feel like you missed the mark, right? When they know like everything and they have like eternal energy, like eternal and universal energy for everything, and patience and knowledge, right? So it just feels like, I don't know. Often I'm around spirit and feel like like one of those puppies that are so cute that their eyes are almost shiny like pennies because they don't know anything yet, right? So they just look like, I have no knowledge in here yet. I feel like that around spirit a lot. Like a puppy with shiny eyes. I think it would be wonderful for us to learn from each other. Now you are, I'm pretty sure, a few time zones ahead of us. Is that correct? We are in I should clarify, we are in Central Standard Time. Yeah, we were also talking about, we have sort of an abandoned Discord. And we were talking with Toast really briefly about getting that more up and running so that those that want to like share information, there's like a place where we can do that as well. Okay, it did. Okay, so it did feel like time wise. I'm not as familiar. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So we are. That's what I thought. Okay. So because I have a good friend in the UK. I guess a few friends, and they're 6 hours. So you're 7 hours ahead of us in the Netherlands. And I'm going to say this terribly, so I apologize in advance. Ik spreek Nederland. But I can only say like four things, like ik hou van jou, right? Ik hou de handen aan de kassen. I'm terrible, so I'm sorry. I hope that didn't hurt your brain. I had a Belgian friend online. Yes, and then we're in the center of US, so you're 6 hours from the East Coast, and then we're in the middle of the Midwest, right? The center of the what they call the Bible Belt. Um, Netherlands are beautiful. I love you. Right? I don't know much, right? And I love cats and dogs. I can say I love you and I love cats and dogs. I don't know why those are the things at the time I wanted to know because it's been a long time ago now, but I know very little. And people are like, there is no language like Nederland. And it's like, it's sort of Dutch, yeah, you guys, like the people around here. It's Dutch, but it's not, they don't say I speak Dutch, I guess, not technically, right? Just like they really should say of the people around here that we speak American because we don't speak English, at least not how they do in England. That's for sure. We speak American. I was an actual adult at the time I wanted to learn how to say cats and dogs, which is maybe even more embarrassing than if I had been a child.
So that was an awesome read.
I think so. She's got wonderful energy. I'm sure you feel it too. And they were just like I got quiet because they were talking about love for Namira specifically, right? Um, by which I'm taking it to mean they're talking about like a romantic. Are you guys talking about a romantic thing? Yeah, somebody like I got quiet because they were like, love is not too far off, and it's like, okay, I don't know if that's a question that you had just in the back of your head, Namira, or not, but like, but they just like were like, I got quiet after talking about stupid things like I know how to say cat and dog because they were talking about love is not far from you. Yeah, in England they speak English, right? So it's would stand to reason that we speak American. I definitely speak American. What about you, Pix? I think we both speak American.
Yep, I believe so.
Just like my grandfather from Mexico, right? Like um he would speak something akin to like some sort of Spanglish, right? But he wasn't even Spanish Spanglish. Like, it wasn't Spanglish really. It wasn't Spanish and English because it was more like Mexican and English, which is still an entirely different way to speak Spanish. But you asked guidance, General. You had a love question, you mean? Because they just now they just were like, yeah, love's not far off, um, and they're talking about romantic relationship. Is it someone that she already knows, or is it someone new? If you know them, it's really peripheral. Like it would be someone you know very peripherally speaking that you've like seen, probably more likely somebody that you've seen in whatever your routine is, but I don't know. Have they spoken? It was like yes and no, which usually means like you said, pardon me, as you were trying to move past them or something. Like, yes, yeah, it isn't far away. They keep saying right around the corner rather than here already or be patient. They keep saying right around the corner. And then one of my friends that's deceased called his name is Chris. He just said, I guess it depends on which corner, but he just likes to be a smart ass. It is on the way though, so you're totally right when you say you're feeling it. I had a person that was on this channel a lot in the past. Um, he really wasn't a sitter, but he just always wanted to be here. Like Pixie is here because we are dear friends, but also she's an amazing sitter. He really wasn't a sitter. He just always wanted to be here. And which is wonderful. He passed away really suddenly. But we were in love, and I felt him coming. I say like about maybe somewhere close to a year before I met him. I started feeling like the notion that there was going to be a big love rather than, like, oh, there might be an experience. It was like, oh, there's a big love coming. And I kept getting visions of like waves from the ocean, which was weird, which I didn't understand that part for a long time. Like it was like, but I kept seeing it as like this big wave of water, and eventually it got bigger and bigger and bigger. It looked like a wall of water, like almost like sort of along the east coast of the United States. And I was like, why is it all these waves? Like, why am I seeing all these waves? And I just knew, like, I could feel big love coming. Well, he lived in a very small part of the Caribbean islands in the Caribbean. And so, like, like the visions were accurate in the sense that, like, they were trying to show, like, where he was, I think, and I just didn't ask the right questions. But I could feel him coming about a year or so before he fully turned up. Chris is funny, man. Like, Spirit's funny. Like, just they're always got, like, this very loving but somewhat sarcastic attitude sort of comes off of all of them. But yeah, Chris had a mouth on him when he was here, and he did not. That has not changed. That has never changed. And now that he has even better, like, view of my life, he can make fun of even more things. He is funny. But yeah, I thought it was a good reading. And, like, I do think too, that a lot of times, just like when we do cases picks and, like, I get information about other missing people or whatever, or similar cases sort of tend to, like, group together to talk about energetically or whatever. I do think that this, we've met this lovely person, and I'm glad we've met this lovely person, but I also do think there were messages that were specific for her, but it was also relevant to a conversation that was already taking place. I don't know if you feel that way, but I do.
Yes, I do.
I apologize. I was very ridiculously wanting to eat a chip. So I just looked up at the chat. Thank you. That's so nice. I appreciate that compliment. I know I repeat myself too much. That drives people crazy, but I just want to make sure I'm hearing things clearly. And I'm glad. I'm glad it's spot on. Like, I like, of course, everybody likes being able to do their job well, but it also means to me, even more importantly, that I'm actually connecting to someone here. Now, the guides are really the ones that are helping with the triangulation, but still I get to meet someone new, which is, like, super fun. I don't know if we ever really heard if Toast and Jam escaped the coyotes. Did we ever hear?
They did.
They did? They came back and I missed it?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm glad they're safe, because they were like, we're going to go outside and
They may
run
still be
from
here. I don't know.
Well, I think there's, like, maybe somebody's listening casually, potentially hanging out doing other things, but I just never heard the follow-up of, like, we made it back from we made it back from the coyotes. That scared me, especially with the one in our neighborhood right now. Like, I'm constantly worried it's going to eat one of my little dogs, primarily because I know it wants to eat one of my little dogs. It keeps lining up the fence at late at night and growling when they're out there. And it's like, when the fox comes, like, it just wants to seem to, like, talk to them. The coyote's like, hello, snack. And it's like, one of the dogs knows and is smart to, like, run straight for the door, like, hi, coyote's here, And the other one's like, hi, coyote, you want to eat me as a snack? That's interesting. Tell me more. And it's like, oh, please come inside. That guy wants to turn you into dinner, man. And it's like he's so far on the fence, knock on wood, with the side that has the tallest fence. Like, Because otherwise we would have had a catastrophe already. I think it's important. I know to do all things our way, right? Like, I think the world would be a better place if people were allowed to, even if they did the same kind of work, if they were allowed to approach it their own way, people would be a lot more productive and successful and collaborative. Yeah, seriously. I have a little Chihuahua, and he's not a standard. But he's not the super itty bitty ones either. Called I guess just mini, right? Because they have something called like a teacup Chihuahua. Because I guess in theory it's supposed to fit in a teacup. I don't know, but he's just a mini, small one. I don't know what they call them. And then the other one is multi-poo, which means she's two little mop-shaped dogs in one, right? Like a little gray mop dog. And one of them knows, like, ooh, this big dog doesn't like me. The other one has this thing about big dogs, like, where he really, really wants the big dogs to think he's cool. This is a Chihuahua, and I don't think that would be a hard to guess thing. So sometimes he'll stand or run at very big dogs because he wants to be with like the big dogs, like quite literally. And I mean, thank goodness he's okay, but it's a bad decision on his part every time. Pixie has doggies, but I think most of hers have been big guys, right?
Yes.
Do you have pets, Namira? I'm not sure. I don't know if I've ever really known anybody from. I knew somebody that went to Finland and worked there, and she spent a lot of time with horses when she was there. But I don't know if I know, like, if the Netherlands are big on doggos or. To the doggos? I'm always interested in that. It seems most people I know seem more allergic to cats, and so I always wonder what the difference is. I've never. That'll be something I research now. Oh, that's nice. So you feel comfortable and happy with their their new life experiences. That's wonderful. I mean, I've heard a few people, and actually, sort of like Dr. Doolittle around here. There's a lot of animals, but we had a dog that sort of somebody I knew through like a sort of healing place had, and then she was going to go have some sort of, I can't remember, surgical procedure or something, and she'd just gotten this puppy, and she knew that she wanted to have a very specific home, so it came to us. But I would have never selected this dog because they're really expensive, and I go to Pounds, and I rescue animals. But they kept talking about how this type of dog is good for people with dog allergies, because it's a Chinese crested. But again, they're expensive, so I would have never purchased one. But also, they're the ones that are like mostly naked, that are all skin, and just like have hair on their head and the tip of their tail. And they also are really different in the sense that they're the only dogs, or at least one of very few types of dogs, that have sweat glands. So they don't pant. Like dogs pant because they don't have sweat glands, and that's how they're cooling themselves down. But these Chinese cresteds have sweat glands, so they don't ever pant. A long time ago, long time, they were bred in China, like thousands of years ago, to be on boats. But they, I guess, it's in some way crossed them genetically with rabbits or something, so they have some rabbit DNA, and the skin was complicated because they have sweat glands, and because they don't have much fur covering their skin. Like, that dog needed a whole skincare routine, like, which I didn't anticipate ever doing for a dog, and had to wear like sunscreen to be in the yard and things. My sister has a dog, but I don't. Stay away because you love animals. I'm sure it's hard, because animals are healing. They also absorb and like change, a lot of the energy in our immediate space, and and they manifest so well because they get out of their own way. There's a lot of wonderful things we can learn from them, but also, they're a gift from the universe too. When like one is sent into your life, you're helping each other, really. But yeah, a dog with a skin. I don't know if you've ever seen a Chinese crested, but look it up, because I mean, of course, we took her. She was a lovely, cute puppy at the time she came into the house. And so, I mean, scary level of smart. Had a vertical, like from being standing completely still, she had a vertical jump of like something like 8 feet. And they're small dogs. They're not big. So it's a lot of interesting things I witnessed through her and experienced. But I just didn't know. Like, I didn't know that there even existed a dog where, not only did she need to have her like skin like cleansed and, moisturized and protected from the sun, but like she needed, and I mean, at first I was just like, okay, we're going to do the basic stuff, right? Because that's what we do for ourselves. Like, we're not going to do a beauty routine for a dog when we're not even doing like that for people here. Like, but it became like mandatory, because those sweet little things, like, they get like skin, they get like comedones, like blackheads and all kinds of stuff. And I didn't want to buy they have all these expensive like skincare products you can buy specifically for them, because it has to do with pH balance and stuff. I didn't want to do that. So we did all these natural. So I was always making a stinking like natural out of foods and like plant-based things, like skin masks and things for different parts of her. I just never, like, every time it came to that, it was like I never imagined I would be mixing up like homeopathic, like kitchen witch skincare to place on like specifically the outer thighs of a dog. Like, what's happening? Well, so if you have allergies to the cats and the dogs, are you a bird person? Or axolotl? There are ways to get other animals, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. Trying to go to my channel real quick so that I can click on this thingamajig. So I'm going to go to your channel and subscribe. Okay, so I can find you. Okay, there we go. I'm now subscribed to Love Yourself First, Namira. Oh, I like this owl. Oh, you're into law of attraction? Oh, girl. We have some things in common. Not that that really surprises me. 10 months ago, shared law of attraction secrets practice. Something strange is happening to my friend's wife, Taylor. I'm just reading this post. Taylor has suddenly started to speak Spanish. She's not taking lessons or even studying. She took Spanish in high school, that's it. But all of a sudden, she now speaks 2 languages. She can't explain it either. But ever since she started doing this 7-second brain trick every day to activate that genius wave, everything Taylor learned in high school is coming back to her. She said, it's like a genie waved a magic wand and gave me a super brain. But this miracle isn't all gravy. A couple of her girlfriends can't stand how smart she's becoming now. They tease her for having such a powerful brain, which hurts, but I tried to remind her that at least she's learning who her real friends are. Yeah. Anyway, if you want to see how to quickly activate your genius wave 2 and tap into a genius level of IQ where great ideas start coming to you and lucky things start happening, then all you need to do is check out this short presentation. That's from the channel Law of Attraction Secrets Practice. It's got a pretty picture of an owl. The universe has decided that the person who shares this video will get a miracle in the next hour. Activate your gland to get all your God-given genius powers immediately. To know more, read the above. Let's see. Like the hoot owls. If that is a picture of you, you are also beautiful. Very beautiful. On top of they found what allergies to birds. I'm sorry, I should have been keeping up with the chat. You're saying they found it in your blood with the allergies to birds. Thank you for subscribing, by the way. I really appreciate it. Oh, I'm not sure if you were here. I'm going to show Pixie has, I can't link it because there's something going on new with links on the YouTube. But this here, that is Pixie, one of Pixie's channels. DIYs on the cheap, and she's got some like arts and crafts. I want to say arts because I think she's an artist. But makes a lot of crafts. There it is. See, I'm going to it too. Why can't wait? Why don't I find you right away? Hold on here. Maybe I put like a space bar in the wrong place or something. Straight this way. Oh, okay. Yep. That's exactly what it was. Okay. Once again, I'm going to say this. Because you're specifying that your content is made for kids, I can't click the bell icon. So I can't click to get notified. I think I've said it before, but maybe you were asleep by that point or something. So what you can do is you can say, no, this is not made for kids, and then underneath specify, but they don't have to be 18 to watch. And then we can subscribe and click the bell icon so we get notifications. It says DIY's crafting. Okay. Videos. Temu haul. Okay. Holiday mugs. Butterfly door hang. Flower dragonfly, which I love. Dollar Tree DIY garden hang. And then you posted for another crafter. I don't think I've watched the hauls, Pixie. I'm going to have to watch the hauls later. Oh, you have a lot of birds in the tree of your neighbor. I'm always curious when people are from different places in the world, what kind of birds are indigenous. I have pet bird. Well, I have outside. I have a crow that visits me, and their family comes around too. But like now, it's been almost 2 years ago that they had an injured wing, so I went and helped them. They somehow were. I never understood, like they were in like a little fir tree that was really low to the ground, and they definitely had a wing injury. But they weren't like tied in there or anything. But anyway, they needed help. So I got them out of the fir tree and, set up like a little place, a crow box, which is, I don't know if that's a thing, right? And would feed them and stuff. And then they healed relatively quickly because it didn't look like it was like super destroyed or whatever. And I was scared to call the wildlife people here because sometimes they can help, right? But if it's not a protected animal, like, and it costs a lot or something, sometimes they make other choices, which I didn't find out until I like turned in other wildlife at one point and found out the hard way, which upset me. So anyway, since it wasn't severe, we became friends. And so now they'll come like sit on my outside windowsill. They want me to come out and give them Cheerios. Very specifically, they want Cheerios. And then I had a couple of conures. I'd never had birds as pets. I'd never even thought about it. And then was at a pet store to buy just like cat food or something, and ran into a bird that basically I knew like was supposed to be in my house, and then wound up getting another bird to be her friend. And then now she's crossed into heaven, into non-physical. And so because the boy conure was lonely, but I couldn't bring my heart to get another conure yet, we got a little finch that sounds like a robot. I didn't know they sounded like robots, but so that like they can talk to each other and things, and that's going well. I had no idea. I guess I always thought I don't know what I thought about birds. I didn't think they were going to be warm companions or something. And they are they're like dogs with wings. They're so friendly. It's a butterfly. Ah, that's sad, but good you could help. Yeah, he did. The crow's done well. Like now he's just like a neighbor, right? He'll come and visit and demand Cheerios. I demand Cheerios immediately, madame. They're talking about love. They're talking about love for Namira again, actually. So this I started fidgeting. Did we lose you, Pix? To Dreamland?
I'm still here. Trying to figure
Okay.
out why I can't get my account.
Can't get in your YouTube?
Yeah, I can't get into my DIYs.
I mean, it's definitely. I mean, it's still up, so nothing has gone on. Let me tell you. It's just that it just needs. You just need to change the settings once you're in. I was just surprised when I saw it too. Was it the first time? And then I think you were asleep the first time I said, "Hey, I can't get notifications, girlfriend. Girlfriend, I can't get notifications." It's time to let the T-Rex roam. I need to get all of the ones out. I think they're just fun. Big fan of wind-up toys. Have a little race. That'd be a fun way, like the times when we have like a handful of people in here and people are saying, you know, like that in the past where it's like we can do one free read or whatever to the people that are regulars. It'd be cool since I have enough of things like this to like list them like one, have numbers and have everybody pick one, and then whoever's guy crosses the finish line picks up the reading. I would love to stay, but I have to go. We'll come back soon, and thank you so much, and nice to meet you. It's been lovely to meet you too. I'm sure it's lunchtime where you are. And so, yes, I very much look forward to you returning, Namira. considering our time zone, we keep very strange hours, but that means we get to meet people like you. So I'm really grateful that you came. We do hope you return and we get to know you better, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Yay. I'm so glad we got to meet. Wish there was a way for me to put like hearts on things when people make comments. Let's see, can I? Yeah, I can't hit a heart. You're welcome. See you very soon. Okay, I'm not sure who we. Oh, good. I'm glad you will return. Be well until. Let me type it in there too because. This is the way I guess I can send emojis. Is this method? I'm learning technologically. The emojis that are options are fun too. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Okay, Pixela. I know that you're working on your channel, so don't jump over here. I am gonna run down the hall and take a little, like just a little break, and I will be back. And then if it's you and I, we can have some reading we can do for you, especially considering whole ass archangels are sending you energy, energy bubbles, which I guess we didn't talk for very long earlier, but you didn't tell me that before. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm going to take care of my thingamajig and then we can do something else when I get back.
Okay.
Hello, Mamacita. Mamacita, Mamacita, Senorita. Okay.
Hello.
Is your fella getting ready for work?
Not yet.
Not yet.
All right, now I'm getting upset.
What's happening?
I cannot get into my
Oh,
DIYs on the
still?
YouTube account. Yeah,
What's it saying?
it's not saying anything. I just can't. I mean,
Can you reset
it's not
your password?
like when you go to manage account
Okay.
or switch account.
Mm-hmm.
It's not saying I have any.
So you need to add it in, right? And sign in. Oh, and we're online. You're online in this account, right? So you have to get out of this account, right? In order to sign in.
I don't know.
Yeah, I suspect. I'm going to sit here regardless for a little while and still do a little bit of reading for you until we crash or something. I'll just sit here. Why don't you sign out so that you can see, so that it's just not stressful anymore.
Okay, I'll check it.
I will be here. That way there's just no worrying about it. Okay, I'm going to put on some music that's annoying, potentially annoying, but it'll be okay in the long run. Do, 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 do. Ridiculous girl. Ridiculous girl. I'm all alone. Let's see. What's this one? Oh, I like this one. This one's fun. Okay. I'll play this. Hey, lady.
Hey.
Did it turn out? How did it turn out?
No, I can't get into it.
That's
Every
weird.
time I put in the Gmail address, it tells me I don't have a channel. It keeps telling me create channel.
How do you still get the email for that Gmail?
Yeah, I mean I've got it on my phone under my Gmail account.
So, like, you can check the email.
Yeah.
So, do you have anything like in any of the folders that tells you something went on with your channel?
Uh-uh.
Because I went to your channel.
I don't even. I know I did too, but I cannot get into it. It keeps telling me create channel.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable? Hold on. Oh, that's noisy. Hold on. If you feel comfortable, um, sending me your sign, like your password.
It could be one of four.
Okay. Well, I can try 4. Hold on a second. I'm gonna sign out.
This is so strange.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna try it too. Just because, like, who knows what's up? Let's see here. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get into YouTube from my phone end here.
I don't know if it's because I haven't been on it in about a year, but
Well, we're gonna find out. Hold on here. Hmm. Okay, so I need to add. So it's DIYS on a budget. It's the email, right?
on the cheap.
DIYs on the cheap. Oh, here we go. Gmail. Have you texted me the password here? Okay, hold on. Next. Just enter a valid email or phone number. Did I spell it wrong? Hold on here. Greetings, Nook. I hope you have a good day too. I'm looking for. Let me look at my in the banners here at DIYs on the cheap, and that's at Gmail, right? Is that right?
Yes.
DIYs on the cheap at Gmail. Oh, okay. There's a period missing. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. If you send the password,
Okay.
let me see if I can sign in. Thanks for stopping by, Nook. We're just troubleshooting. I'm sure you're getting to work. Oh, there's great videos on the YouTube about it. If you go to YouTube, you can search that. And like they'll show you even, which is cool. Oh my god, Pixie. Okay, so it's going to send a, it says, verify it's you to help keep your account safe. Google, let's make sure it's really you. Check your OnePlus Nord N25G, so your phone, I guess. They sent a notification to your OnePlus Nord.
35, 46, or 95.
It says 46.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got 46.
Yeah, you've got it. Well, you've got it. Yeah, it's 46. So tap 46 on your phone.
Okay.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
doing something. Keep your account updated. No, I don't need to do that. I'm going to skip that. Welcome. Okay, I agree. Okay, it's like loading or something.
This is so weird. I know when it happened though. It happened when I got this phone because all of my emails didn't like come over to my new phone.
So, okay, so it says just a few moments because it's, uploading a new like option for me. But if it works, then I would try your tablet. You know what I mean? Try a different device.
Well, I tried on my laptop and it didn't work.
Okay, so it's just a few moments. I'm in DIYs on the cheap, but it says create a channel. You're right.
See, I don't get it.
See, I thought it used to have a different email. Hold on, let me sign out and go back to my thing here. Okay. All right. I'm signed in again, so let me go to I'm looking to see if it has a different um here. Just barely hanging in here. I need to be like pain med time. We're really having only a few minutes. Oof. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is what it says right now. So it says if you're logging into YouTube and see the option to start a channel despite already having one, it likely means your existing channel is hidden or linked to a brand account you're not currently logged into. You'll need to either re-enable the hidden channel or link your existing channel to the correct Google account. Here's a breakdown. Hidden channel. Problem, you might have accidentally hidden your channel, making it appear as if it doesn't exist. Well, I don't think you did that because I can find it, but hold on a second. We'll see. So sign into YouTube, go to the start a channel or create a channel. Do not click the option to use a business or other name, as this will create a new channel instead of restoring your hidden one. Follow the prompts to re-enable your existing channel. Channel link to brand account. Problem, your YouTube channel might be linked to a brand account you're not currently logged into. Go to myaccount.google.com, sign in with the Google account that is associated with your YouTube channel. If you don't remember the Google account, you'll need to try and recover it. Once logged in, navigate to YouTube, see if your channel is accessible. If you still can't access your channel, you may need to link the brand account to your Google account via YouTube's account linking page. Or it can be an outdated, I bet you this is it, outdated YouTube app. If you're using an old version of the YouTube app, you might see this message. Update your YouTube app to the latest version. If the issue persists, try creating the channel using a web browser instead. Also, it could be Google account issues. There might be an issue with your Google account, such as it being restricted or having reached channel creation limits. Ensure your Google account is in good standing. Try signing out and back into your Google account. If you're on a Google app domain, check with your domain administrator to see if YouTube is enabled. Or it could be temporary server issues. Sometimes the problem might be temporary due to server-side issues. So I think you need to update YouTube. I would uninstall YouTube on your device and reinstall it. Although in theory, that would be what's going on with mine if I can't see yours. Didn't it used to be called Pixie Dust Creations? Here. Okay. It's just you and me sitting here. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to kill this live so that I can edit out like the silence at the end here. And then I'm going to call you separately.
I found it. I got in.
That's good. I'm still going to just call you separately. Oh,
Okay.
because we're quiet.
Yeah, it was under a different email.
Sign in. That's what I was wondering.
Email, but it's an email that I didn't have on my phone for some reason.
Interesting.
Because like I said, whenever I got yeah, it's under pixiedustdiys@gmail.com.
Okay. Because that's what I kept like.
But for some reason, whenever I got this phone and I transferred everything, all of my emails didn't transfer.
Interesting. I don't know.
What
know.
the
Okay.
hell is that?
I'm going to call you in a minute so I can go edit it. But I love you.
All right.
I'll talk to you in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Bye.